Okay, the time is 10 a.m. and I'm going to call the Tuesday, June 24th, 2025 regular council meeting to order and begin with a land acknowledgement that the city of Fort Saskatchewan is located on Treaty 6 territory and Métis Nation of Alberta District 11. We recognize that we stand upon the land that carries the footsteps of many Indigenous peoples, including the Nihilwak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Métis, and the city honors the First Peoples of this land and is committed to fostering reconciliation through relationship building, knowledge gathering, and education. And I think everybody has been in here before, so I'm not going to go through the housekeeping. For the one person that, if there's an emergency, just follow us out. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Okay, the first item that we have is consent agenda, and there's 3 items: approval of the June 10th regular council meeting, 5.1 public auction, land and tax arrears, and 6.3 banking administrative bylaw, 3 readings. Councillor Kelly?
Yes, thank you. I would like the 6.3 removed from the consent agenda.
Separated out?
Yes, separated, certainly.
6.3, you said?
Yeah, the banking bylaw.
Okay.
In addition, I think it would be good to get onto the public record again, and I know we've done this before, but this is a brand new video a year later, a discussion on the process for land auctions for tax arrears. So I'd like to pull that as well, please.
Okay. Okay. All right. So we really don't have consent. I will just do request and approval of the minutes then. Okay. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, I'll move that council approve the agenda item 3, approval of minutes of June 10th, 2025 regular council meeting.
All right. Are there any errors or omissions? If not, I will close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. I will go to delegations. If anybody is in the audience or pre-registered, nobody is pre-registered for any of the items that are not part of a public hearing later. This would be your time to come forward and have your 5 minutes. But I don't think there's anybody here, so we will move right along. So we will go on to 5.1, public auction of land and tax arrears. Trish Norman presenting.
Good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. I am Trish Norman, Revenue Services Coordinator with the City. I'm here this morning to request Council's approval for the reserve bids and conditions of sale for the properties that qualify for tax arrears public auction as outlined in Schedule A, and that all costs associated with the tax recovery proceedings be applied to the tax roll of the respective parcel of land. The Municipal Government Act, Section 418, states that each municipality must offer for sale at a public auction any parcel of land shown on its tax arrears list if the tax arrears are not paid. Section 419 also states that Council must set for each parcel of land to be offered for sale at a public auction a reserve bid that is as close as reasonably possible to the market value of the parcel and any conditions that apply to the sale. The market value of each property or of each parcel of land has been established by a real estate appraisal firm with designated and licensed appraisers. As per the MGA, Council may add the costs associated with tax recovery proceedings related to the parcel to the appropriate tax roll. To date, the tax arrears remain outstanding on the properties, and as per the MGA, tax recovery proceedings continue until such time as full payment of the tax arrears is received. Should full payment to the tax arrears be received for any of the properties prior to the time of auction, the parcel shall be removed from the public auction list. The public auction date has been set for August 25th, 2025. The City relies on property taxes for the funding of city operations and requires that taxes be received on a timely basis. The city provides notice and time for property owners to pay their property taxes, and several payment options exist, allowing property owners to ensure payments are received by the due date of June 30th. The tax recovery process, as outlined in the MGA, allows for the collection of unpaid taxes for these properties listed on the tax arrears list. Administration's recommendation is that council approve the reserve bids and conditions of sale for the properties that qualify for tax arrears public auction as outlined in Schedule A, and that all costs associated with tax recovery proceedings be applied to the tax roll of the respective parcel of land. And I can now answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Harris, you're first.
Obviously, this is an interesting time, but can you tell me what constitutes tax arrears? How many years of taxes have to be outstanding before it hits the tax arrears list, in which case they're here today?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, these would be outstanding property taxes from 2023, 2024, and any penalties that were applied in either of those years.
Okay, so our tax arrears or tax recovery process follows an expeditious timeline as laid out in legislation to ensure we get taxes paid in a timely manner.
Through your worship, that is correct.
Good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Yes, thank you and good morning. Didn't want to let you off too easy this morning. Councillor Harris already asked one of my questions. Can you give council an idea of what the extra costs for this process are for each property? Just
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, the appraisal process or the appraisal fee would be the largest of the additional fees that we'd be adding to the tax roll, other than the penalties that of course accumulate throughout the years. The appraisal fee is approximately $400 per residential property.
okay, thank you. Is there an internal charge for the extra administrative time we're forced to devote to these things?
Through your worship, we do not charge an administrative fee over and above any of the external
We don't
fees.
charge it because we can't or because we choose not to?
Through your worship, we choose not to.
We choose not to? Maybe we should reconsider that. I just want to point out one other minor, I think, comment. Page 8 of the report, 10 of our package, if you're looking online, conditions of sale, says the purchaser to pay GST. Near as I can tell, both of these are residential properties. And it's my understanding that there is no GST payable on the sale of or purchase of a used residential property.
Through your worship, that is correct.
That is correct?
Yes.
And of course, the realtors would know that, so we're not going to confuse potential bidders by having that in there.
That's correct. We include the conditions of sale for all residential and commercial properties in our standard conditions of sale for a tax recovery
Okay,
property.
perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you for your presentation, Trish, and good to see you. How do we handle unsold properties? Like, have there been a situation where we weren't able to sell property? Does the city just hold on to the property? How does that work?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, we have three options. If we do go to tax sale and the property does not sell, we can take what's called a tax forfeiture title. We can do nothing and just continue to allow the taxes to accumulate, or the city can purchase the property and take title in its name.
Okay, all right, thank you. My second question is just, I'm just wondering, 2 years is a long time to owe property taxes, but I'm just wondering if maybe payments plan arrangements was made by any of the owners, or was there just no response from them?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, we do contact on a regular basis any properties that do have outstanding property taxes. We do speak with the owners. We do not have arrangements made with either one of these properties. We anticipate that we will receive payment, but to date we have not yet.
Right, because I'm just wondering if there are people who maybe are out of the country, people that pass away. Are there, like, do we ensure that we don't, those types of vulnerable people are taken care of and they're not part of this whole thing?
Through your worship, yes. We reach out not only through correspondence but by phone to any of the interested parties, not only the property owner but anybody on the title who may have an interest in the property, to ensure that anyone who does have an interest in the property is contacted.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, further to this line of questioning, so basically three tax years are what the arrears consist of. So if we do work with a homeowner, if they say they go back and pay 2023 in one of these instances, then they're only 2 years behind. Is that something that's maybe possible for a homeowner to save their house from this proceeding?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, there are timelines that the MGA sets out for requirements for what arrears have to be paid. So at this point, they would have had until March 31st of 2025 to pay the 2023 and 2024 arrears, and that would have removed the tax sale. After March 31st, they have to pay all arrears in order to avoid the sale. So it
Right.
depends on what time they're wanting to pay that year, because yes, if they get in the right time frame, they can only pay one of the years, but they have to have done it within the specified time.
Right, so even if when this motion passes, there is an opportunity for the homeowner to take their account out of arrears.
Through your worship, that is correct. They can actually come in the morning of the tax sale and pay the arrears, and we would not sell the property.
Well, okay. One other small question. I would assume, I mean, property taxes are probably maybe 10% or 8% out of a yearly mortgage payment. So there's obviously a relationship that has been established between the city and the bank for whatever other arrears that a homeowner would owe. So if the city is going to be selling it, then we collect the tax arrears first, and then everything else, should it be a foreclosure, is handled with the bank thereafter. Is that how it works?
Through your worship, that is correct. The other interested parties on title would also have to receive their fair share of what remains after the property taxes are paid.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Round two, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Those questions just caused another question to pop up. The city's property tax claim, assuming these properties went to sale, the city's property tax claim would rank ahead of the mortgage holder's claim? Because I can envision that we could find ourselves in a situation where the accrued mortgage plus the property tax arrears could be in excess of the value of the building. So who has priority in that situation?
Through your worship, the city does. In most cases, the mortgage holder will pay the tax arrears so that they maintain their priority on the title.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And I'll make the motion, or I'm prepared to, Mayor Catcher.
Okay, go ahead.
You bet. I move the council approve the reserve bids and conditions of sale for the properties that qualify for tax arrears public auction is outlined in Schedule A to the council report dated June 24, 25, and that all costs associated with the tax recovery proceedings be applied to the tax roll of the respective parcel of land.
Okay, thank you. Do you wish to speak to it?
I don't know. I think it's obvious. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It is open for discussion and debate. Anything further?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing anything from anybody. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you very much, Trish. All right, we will go on to 5.2, 10-year capital plan overview. Welcome.
Good morning, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Shannon Andruko, Manager of Financial and Budget and Financial Planning. And with me today is Jeremy Eman, the Chief Financial Officer. Also here to assist with answering any questions are directors responsible for projects within the 10-year capital plan. The purpose of today's presentation is to provide Council with an update on the capital plan for years 2026 to 2035. The main focus will be to review capital spending priorities over the next 10 years, including major and new minor capital projects, life cycle replacements, the horizon list, and debt considerations. Council's feedback is welcomed, and we will take back any considerations as administration continues to develop the 2026 capital budget in preparation for the meetings in the fall. Should Council wish, amendments to the capital plan can be made through an amending motion. The 10-year capital plan is guided by the budget policy FIN-024-C, which was last reviewed during the 2025 budget process. The plan itself was reviewed and adopted by Council on December 10, 2024. The capital plan serves as a strategic framework that guides the city's capital investment over the 10-year horizon. The plan aligns with the city's long-term goals and priorities. A key element of the plan is project sequencing. It ensures that capital projects are delivered in a logical and timely manner. The plan also identifies funding sources, ensures they are reviewed annually, and confirms fund allocations remain appropriate over time. Major capital projects are evaluated and planned and approved using the framework outlined in the operating and capital budget policy. The evaluation phase includes background research, alignment with strategic priorities, risk analysis, and public input. The planning phase focuses on defining the project, identifying potential funding sources, and assessing operational and financial impacts. And then there's the approval phase, which has two phases within it. The first is the initial approving phase. It's for design funding, typically up to 10% of the total cost of the project, which is based on a Class 5 estimate. And then we have the final approval for the remaining design and full construction budget based on a more detailed Class 2 estimate. Over the first 5 years of the 10-year capital plan, there are 11 significant projects planned. These investments reflect the city's commitment to supporting growth, safety, and community recreation. First up, we have the alternative water line. This project supports the city's future water needs as population and demand increases. Council has reviewed the alignment options and supporting business case. Design is scheduled to begin in 2026, followed by construction proposed in 2028. The total project budget is $26.2 million based on preliminary estimates that will be refined as the project progresses. Next is the aquatic planning and construction. Planning began on this project January 2025 for the new facility. On April 8, 2025, Council approved Option 4, Enhanced Aquatic Features with Long-Term Site Improvements at the DCC. The decision increased the construction budget from $54 million to $66.4 million. On July 8, 2025, administration will present a funding request and the first reading of the borrowing bylaw. The Bike Skills Park is planned for West River's Edge. This park will include pump tracks, trails, jumps, and wood features for all skill levels. Design funding was approved in 2025, with $587,000 allocated for construction in 2026. Administration will return to Council in 2026 to seek Class 2 construction approval following the completion of the design. The material handling site. A feasibility study was presented to Council in March 2024. Design funding was approved in the 2025 budget, and $1.5 million is allocated in 2025 for land acquisition and advancing partial design work to support a Class 2 estimate. Final construction approval will be requested once design is completed and site is confirmed. New fire station. $19.8 million is allocated in 2027 for construction. Council is currently reviewing design options. Once design is selected, a project estimate will be updated and confirmed. New city signs. This project updates relocating city signs to reflect the new municipal boundaries. Design funding was approved in 2025. Construction is planned for 2027 with a project cost of $600,000. Final budget will be confirmed following completion of the design phase. We have the Enterprise Resource Planning, or ERP, implementation, the current ERP system, Microsoft Dynamics replacement. The key components will lose updates by 2029 with full support ending in 2027. The placement of this project is planned with a total budget of $5.4 million. This investment ensures continual functionality and modernization of core administrative systems. We have paving at the dog park. This project includes paving the road and parking areas at the dog park in Dowfield, scheduled for 2027. It currently carries a Class 3 estimate of $1.6 million. The budget will be refined closer to construction date to ensure cost accuracy. We have the Veterans Way Corridor widening, Phase 1. Initially planned in budget 2024, Phase 1 was contingent on external financing or funding. With funding not secured, the project was deferred. The preliminary design is planned for 2028 and construction is scheduled to begin in 2029. The total project budget is $30.4 million. Phase 1 has a Class 2 estimate. Further phases are based on a Class 4. Funding for each phase also covers design costs for the next stage. Veterans Way pedestrian crossings north and south. These crossings support pedestrian safety as part of the corridor expansion. North Crossing is tied to Phase 1 of the widening, design in 2028, construction in 2029, with $4.6 million estimated costs, a Class 2 estimate. And then we have the South Crossing, which aligns with Phase 3, design scheduled for 2030, construction in 2031, and an $8.1 million Class 4 estimate. And then finally, to end the major capital projects, we have the new Arena Dow Centennial Center. This project was identified in the Recreation Facilities Park Master Plan, reinforced by community input. The project will be reviewed as part of the upcoming Culture Recreation Park Master Plan with proposed funding in the plan for this plan in the 2026 operating budget. Design and scope planning are scheduled to begin in 2030 with construction starting in 2031. For the last 5 years of the 10-year capital plan, 2031-2035, major capital projects for consideration are Veterans Way Corridor widening, Phase 3 and 5, and the 100th Ave Ross Creek Bridge and Culvert replacement. The 10-year capital plan proposes 8 new capital projects to support community operations, community infrastructure, and service enhancements. These projects reflect ongoing investment in public safety, accessibility, and quality of life. The first project is technology enhancements to city meeting rooms. The upgrades to meeting room technology at City Hall and James E. Graham Building are proposed for 2026. This will ensure functionality, accessibility, and media experience. Naming parks in South Fort and West Park. Installation of new signs for 3 parks being named in 2026 under the city's naming registry. There's Windsor Point Park, South Fort Park, and South Fort Ridge Park. Then there is West River's Edge Dog Park modification. This project is proposed for 2026. The enhancements include removing access to the stormwater pond, realigning fences, adding tables, benches, and waste bins, and improving entrance and installing new signs. The new fishing docks at Lyons Community Pond will include installation of 4 rolling docks at the West River's Edge is planned for 2026. The project will improve accessibility for the ponds. There's a fire protection vehicle planned for 2026. This will support a new fire prevention officer position. The vehicle will be used primarily for industrial inspections with both officers working concurrently. There's a fire extinguisher training prop. This is a portable tool for fire prevention and emergency management education used in schools, city staff training, and during fire prevention and emergency management weeks. This project is planned for 2026. There's a new vehicle for Assistant Deputy Chief planned for 2025 and is linked to a new Assistant Deputy Chief position in 2027. This vehicle will support increased call volumes, training, emergency response, meeting, and on-call responsibilities. And lastly, there's the demolition of the former Heartland Air Partnership building. The air monitoring system is relocating to a new site just south of the DCC. The existing building, located at the old water booster site, has no purpose or value and is at risk of deterioration and vandalism. Demolition will allow the site to be reclaimed as green space. This project is planned for 2029. There are 2 significant life cycle replacement purchases planned within the 5 years of the 10-year capital plan. The first one is fire vehicle and equipment life cycle replacement. In this project, it includes a Ladder 1 truck replacement and the citywide radio replacement. The other project is the fleet and equipment lifecycle replacement. This is in 2026 with a budget of approximately $2 million. It is going to replace various trucks, equipment attachments, and multiple mowers. So as part of the 10-year capital plan process, the Horizon list identifies capital projects not currently included in the capital plan. The list is reviewed annually, providing Council with the opportunity during the budget process to determine whether projects should be retained, removed, or incorporated in the capital plan. The movement of major capital projects from the Horizon list to the capital plan follows the same evaluation and planning framework outlined in the operating and capital budget policy. There are 3 new additions to the Horizon policy since the last review. There's the Clover Park Bridge, traffic calming measures in the West Park neighborhood, and Heritage Trails Park Phase 2. Managing debt is essential for advancing major infrastructure projects without compromising financial stability. While debt is a valuable tool, taking on too much debt increases financial risk, reduces flexibility, and limits the city's ability to respond to unexpected challenges. Strategic debt management supports sustainable growth and ensures resources are allocated responsibly. It enables the city to deliver large-scale projects without placing undue pressures on the operating budget. Striking the right balance is a key to long-term fiscal sustainability and resilience, especially during economic uncertainties. This chart outlines the capital projects planned for borrowing between 2026 and 2035. A total of 7 projects are proposed for borrowing, with a combined total of $157.9 million. There's the aquatic facility construction. Total proposed borrowing is $66.4 million, split evenly over 2026 and 2027. There's a new fire station proposed borrowing of $19.8 million in 2027. The alternative water source is proposed borrowing of $25 million in 2028. Veterans Way corridor widening. This one will be spanning between 2029 to 2030 with a total proposed borrowing of $15.1 million. Veterans Way pedestrian crossings north and south. The north crossing is planned for 2029 and the south crossing is planned for 2031. Proposed borrowing totals are $2.2 million for the north and $3.6 for the south. The new arena planning and construction. This project spans between 2030 and 2032. Total proposed borrowing is $25.9 million. To ensure fiscal responsibility, the city adheres to both legislated and internal debt limits. Legislated limits as defined in the Municipal Government Act. The total debt must not exceed 1.5 times the city's annual revenues. Internal limits are in accordance with the city's debt management policy. The city applies a more conservative approach, limiting the total debt to 75% of the legislated limits. This graph illustrates the debt limit projections from 2025 to 2035. Based on current forecasts, the city's debt usage is expected to remain within policy until 2030, after which it is projected to exceed the internal 75% threshold. Debt usage is anticipated to peak between 2030 and 2032, followed by a gradual decline through 2035. So now the focus will now shift to advancing the development of the 2026 capital budget. It is essential to integrate Council's feedback into the planning process to ensure your insights inform the city's financial strategies. As we define the budget, we must remain flexible and responsive to ongoing evaluations. A comprehensive analysis of potential funding source is also critical, not only to identify variable options, but to ensure that we are prepared for future financial challenges. The 2026 budget process includes several key council touchpoints, providing opportunities for both presentation and public input. August 26, 2025, there will be a presentation for community grants update. Operating and capital budget presentations will start November 27th, followed by November 20th, 25th, and 28th. The budget approval is expected to be on December 9th, 2025, and any stakeholders interested in providing feedback can do so during deliberations and approval meetings, and may also register in advance to speak at other council meetings as part of public engagement. This concludes my presentation. Jeremy, the director, is present, and I are available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. So you know there's going to be 101 questions. So Grant, you might as well get down here too. You know there's going to be questions for you too. So I'll begin with Councillor Macon. You're first.
Yes, we have an in-camera presentation that I believe is germane to this conversation, and I'm wondering if it makes sense to go in camera to have that before we have this discussion.
Mr. Fleming? Or...
So, Your Worship, the presenter who will be presenting on that topic isn't available until 1 o'clock. We could go in and have answer any questions that you may have. We're just not prepared for the formal presentation.
Okay. I guess we can just make motions at a later date then, because I'm assuming that that will impact this. So that's unfortunate. Okay, I do have two other questions then I can start with. The stormwater pond comment about removing access to the stormwater pond in the dog park. I'm just wondering if there is consideration, instead of removing it, to create fencing that allows access to it for users that want it. As I know that, you know, when I see posts online about that pond, there's a significant amount of dog users that don't want it and don't want their dogs having access. And then there's the ones that comment that their dogs love to be in the stormwater pond, you know, and they go there for that particular. So I'm just wondering if, when we're considering that project, is if there's the option to have it fenced with a gate for those who might actually want to continue to use it.
Thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Macon. We're still working on some of the details of this project, but really the goal is to end the access to the pond, because this is a stormwater pond. And stormwater pond, as you know, all around the city, we do not allow people to walk on it during the winter, or even to have dogs or anybody to swim into it. And there's a reasons for that. Basically, it's a health and safety aspect for the community. So we do not plan to have this accessible. We plan to expand a little bit the dog pound, the dog park. It will be a little bit bigger at the end when we realign the fencing, but then it's going to give a safe area, especially for the dogs. And the issue is this, is in any other storm pond in the city, we have signs, and normally the dogs will be on leash. At the dog park, unfortunately, dogs cannot read signs, so they just go there and they have a good time. And
Yeah.
it's not really the right place for them to swim.
That's fair. Great answer, and easy to communicate that to the public. So thank you. Just a quick question on the proposed debt limit. Do those numbers consider take into account any of the levy contributions, or are they kind of pre that calculation?
They are pre to that calculation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just before I go on, I'm next in the speaking order. Because there is no motion tied to this, I am going to give some latitude with this report, because normally it should come in a committee of the whole meeting. So I will offer a little bit of latitude. And it's a reminder to council also that we're not actually, it's asking us to more or less support it, but there is an election in the fall, and depends on who's on council. You don't know whether they're going to support it or not. So this is just a first look at it, and I think administration has to understand that as well, that this is just first blush at it. Okay? Mr. Fleming?
Your Worship, just while we're doing housekeeping, then I would probably want to comment on Councillor Macon's first question. Yes, there's an in-camera presentation later regarding ice usage, which we know Council's received a fair amount of feedback about. I don't think the topic itself is in camera. I think it was I don't know if it's the urgency, but we wanted to get Council some information right away, and I think the informality is probably more what led it to be in camera. But I don't think that particular topic is a matter of confidence. So I think, like, questions, and we don't have the people here that can answer detailed questions about ice utilization, but I don't think that topic per se is in confidence.
And I would say, as far as the arena project, that's fair game to have that discussion.
There is another arena showing on the 10-year capital plan, and those questions are well within bounds.
Okay, good. Just so that we're all clear on our housekeeping. Okay, I have a whole bunch of questions, but I'll only ask two at a time. So the first one that I have is, you have fishing dock at West River's Edge. Do you really believe there is a need or a requirement for a third one, given we just put the Strachan Landing one in there?
Through your worship, we believe that we can enhance again the access by adding an additional 4 small docks. How do we know that? Is by just looking at where people are fishing, and then where basically we have gaps between the vegetations around the pond itself. So this is a proposal. We'll bring that forward through the process, through LT, and then if it makes it to council for budget presentation, then we will basically bring it forward at that time.
Okay, and I guess just my comment on that, I think the second one was welcome. I think if you get into 4, pretty soon you don't have a pond anymore. You just have docks all over. The second one, the Heartland Air Monitoring Building, removing that. So I guess the question is, you look at doing satellite parks, in different locations. Could that not be turned into a satellite park building or something for usage for something, instead of having staff have to go all the way back to the James C. Graham?
Your Worship, the building itself, it's just a small building on the surface, and then there's a pit actually below, because it used to be a pump house and things like that. So it's not conducive to be reused for any of those types of operations. And it's not in a great location for access for parks. For satellite yards, there's no road or vehicle access to it. It's kind of between 2 trails. So we don't see a value in keeping it and trying to maintain it. It'll just turn into an eyesore.
Okay. Nope, that's fair. Councillor Kelly?
Yeah, you bet. Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Just want to follow up. I think I know where that little building is. It's on top of what I imagined is the water reservoir on Highway 15 just south of the bridge.
Your worship, the Councillor Kelly, across the highway from that. So across the pedestrian bridge from the reservoir
On the other
Pine
side.
View side, yes.
Okay, okay, thank you. I wasn't clear. Trish and Jeremy, what I'd kindly ask that you do, the chart that you showed, the debt limit projections is kind of cool, but what's important to me is the quantum amount of the debt. You should be able to stick a bar up one side and throw some numbers beside it, giving the total dollars. So at, for instance, 2031, where we're at 75, 76%, what is the dollar value of that debt on the chart? And it's just a gentle request. I think it drives the point home, maybe even a little clearer. Project, or I know this is down the road a little ways, but a few of these things, particular items caught my attention. One of them is 27011, budgeted for 27 or in line for calendar year 27. 5-ton tandem truck and end dump trailer for $500,000. I'm not even sure a 5-ton tandem dump truck is even manufactured. It might be. When I see tandem, I assume tandem axle versus tandem wheels. And if it's a single axle and then a trailer to pull behind it, if it's $500,000, I'm gobsmacked. So what's going on?
Your worship, Councillor Kelly, so it is a tandem axle truck. And on that, those are the current pricing of those vehicles. What we've been pricing them out for replacement is.
I actually went online and tried to check myself, Grant. Certainly the price on a 10-ton, by the way, not 5-ton, but something like a 10-ton tandem axle heavy-duty gravel truck, they're in the 300,000 plus range for a brand new one. Do we always buy brand new?
Your worship, Councillor Kelly, we do. We replace them on about a 7-year cycle, and we buy. It is not just the gravel truck; it is as well as a separate box and sander and dual purpose for those winter and summer operations. So there's a little bit more to it, as well as a plow on front. So there's a little bit more of the bodybuilder stuff that we have to add to those base trucks. We do buy them new, and in about 7 years, given the harshness of the environment with the salt and that they're dealing with on the roads, they begin to rust, and the wiring becomes issues, and they become more problematic. And that's where we found the best, kind of the sweet spot of replacement, and getting some value in the trade, and then.
And you're probably correct. If it was my business, I'd be looking and hauling sand. I'd be looking for something much older with a shorter expected lifespan, knowing that it's going to be trashed out fairly quickly. And of course, running it through a wash bay after you sand would help that situation a bunch too. I'll leave it at that, Grant. It seems remarkably high. Fire station shows up in the buildings at I think 19,800,000. It sticks in my mind, and I didn't go back to refresh my memory, but that the request from administration for the fire station build was in the order of 26 million. Am I correct? And if I am, why is it on the budget at 19.8?
We put in the 18 or 19.8 because that's the information that we know, and we made note that there's still conversations about it. So we will refine it once we know.
Mr. Fleming?
Yeah, I recall this conversation when it was in front of me a few weeks ago. The 19.8 number is actually a number, I think we've been carrying it for 2 or 3 years. And then it doesn't include the design money. So I think the fire hall number we've been carrying for 2 or 3 years now has been around 22 when you include design, 22 or 23.
Well, and thank you, Troy. If administration wants a $26 million building, and as officially I requested it, and I think I'm close in the number from the proposal you guys gave to council, the question still stands. Why is 19.8 in the budget? And I'll leave it alone for now. This is coming up in the fall. But it would seem to me, when we're talking $50,000, I don't care. But if we're talking 6 or 7 million, that the capital budget should attempt to at least describe administration's wishes.
Yeah, through your worship, just and quite straightforward, I directed the team not to change the number because like a month or two ago, I had no idea where council was going to go, and we were in front of council with quite a wide range of options. So I just said, carry the number forward that's in there, and we'll sort it out. So pretty unsophisticated strategy there, but
we'll have a discussion in the fall, assuming I get elected again. One more question, Mayor Katcher, and then I'm probably done. The materials handling site, I think I read in the material in the package that land has still not been identified. Or have we found it and bought it? I don't know.
Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, we haven't acquired or found a piece of land yet. We're just in the procurement stage, or finished the procurement stage for the consultant to help with that.
I'm sorry, you're aware with the last sentence?
We just finished the procurement stage to hire the consultant to help with finding the right piece of land and what would be required to service those different lands as we look at them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to have one question on process and then one question on Veterans Way widening project. So probably to the city manager, are notice of motions required if we want to change, alter, delete timelines from every single project? I'm seeing a nod, so I think that's what needs to happen.
Yeah, through your worship, I would say we're open to the feedback today, but I think motions probably in the fall would be appropriate when the budget deliberations come around to formally move anything or remove or whatever.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
So the question on Veterans Way Phase 1 widening with the pedestrian underpass project as well, given that we've seen a deceleration with tariff announcements and the Dow project, what has administration considered for potentially bumping this project up to next summer? What has been the discussion around that?
Your Worship, Councillor Nguyen, so at this point we haven't changed the timing. We're still seeing some pretty heavy traffic on the highway. We don't want to be in the middle of construction when that starts ramping up even more than it is. So at this point we're kind of leaving it where it is and seeing what's going to happen.
Okay, would you consider it to be more or less a shovel-ready project, as in we have a high enough class of an estimate and design work done for it?
Worship, Councillor Nguyen, so the first phase is designed and tender ready. We were at that point the last time we brought this through.
Okay, and then has administration had any conversations with Dow as to if that's something that they would see of value to move that ahead sooner than, I think, 2028 or 2029, and what's the feedback that you've garnered from industry based on potential completion of the project sooner and a hesitancy perhaps on your part?
Your Worship, Councillor Nguyen, we haven't had those conversations with the Dow. They haven't pushed the issue that way either. So,
okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Blizzard.
Thanks for the presentation. I always see this as a guiding document that we just get information for now, so that in the fall we kind of have a heads up already. So thank you for all of this. I'm going to go kind of in the same way with the Veterans Way widening, but in a different direction than Councillor Nguyen just did. So with Dow's, and I don't think this will be finance, with Dow's slowdown of the project, I don't know who would answer this, but one of the reasons that we delayed to 2029 was because of the construction. Now with them slowing down, has there been discussion of possibly even delaying it a little more? Because if they slow it down and then ramp up again in 2029, 30 or 2028, and I'm not asking you to change the horizon, but more food for thought. Is that something maybe we would delay because it's going to get busier at the time that we anticipated it might be done?
I've got Mr. Fleming.
Sorry, I just, through your worship, the conversations I've had with Dow is really that it is more of a slowdown, and they're not stopping, but they are going to push out certain elements of the construction. The most likely outcome, I think, just in the back of our minds, is that the project would more than likely get pushed back a year or two, like pushed later into the timeline. But I think at this point we can kind of continue to just watch and observe Dow and continue to get feedback from them. And as that project gets closer and closer in the timeline, we can make adjustments.
Okay, great. And the second question I have is also with the Path to Zero and all the construction with that. So they get some, I don't know what the proper wording was, but tax breaks, I guess, would be the proper. When do they start paying some taxes? With their construction slow down, is that not until it's entirely done, and that's when the official tax breaks start, and that will push that to delay their full tax payment?
So through your worship, the most accurate answer is that it's complicated. And I don't totally understand it, but I would say that some of the tax uplift starts right away because of upgrades to land. But M&E taxes, which generally forms about 70% of the tax uplift from something like that, don't actually start until they've sort of commissioned the plant and it's producing. So the vast majority of the taxes, 80% of which we've deferred for 10 years, that other 20%, the majority of that will start in 2029 or 2030.
Okay, and we do get a small portion right away,
there might be some because of upgrades to the actual land itself,
okay,
but might not be.
So that'll push out what they are going to pay further down the road, I guess.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris.
Grant, a question on the Clover Park Bridge. In last term, administration came to us and said that bridge was at the point of failing. I objected to that, and we had an ongoing discussion about the condition of that bridge. I'm glad to see that it's moving on to the Horizons list, and that would just be a normal condition of our assessment of our engineering structures like culverts and bridges and things of that nature, correct?
Your Worship to Councillor Harris, so that is correct. We've moved it on to an annual inspection just to make sure nothing's changing, and then if something's identified that's going to change, then we would have to put it into the program at that point.
Yeah, so was the level of inspection that you did this time that took it off the capital plan and put it on the Horizon list, in other words, it's not in dire condition or likely to fail, did you test it in a different manner to come to that new conclusion?
Your Worship, Councillor Harris, there were a couple differences. One, there was a little bit of different testing in terms of they did some borehole testing into the structure itself. And then secondly, it was assessing it for its current use, where it's not a vehicle bridge. It is a pedestrian bridge available for emergency access or egress if required.
Okay, which ultimately is what we had intended anyways, I remember that. Okay, so it had fallen into quite disrepair after we blocked it off. It was overgrown. I'm not sure if Parks or if we really did an appropriate level of maintenance to it in terms of sight lines and, from just assessing how people can see that as an attractive place to use as a pedestrian crossing. Are we maintaining it to a higher degree in relation to the area around it so that it is more useful?
Your Worship, to Councillor Harris, we basically maintain it like a trail at this time.
Okay, but it is being attended to a little bit more than it did in the last term of council when it was really pretty poor. And I don't know if Councillor Macon has a comment because she lives over there close to it. But anyways, suffice to say, I'm glad to see it's moved on to the Horizons list. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Batoye.
Thank you for your presentation. My first question is, I was surprised to not see roads and those types of infrastructure when you were talking about major capital projects, because when we look at the local roads rehabilitation and neighborhood rehabilitation, the combination is over 100 million, which is a third of our total 10-year capital budget. So I'm just wondering, why wouldn't that be included in your major capital projects?
Neighborhood rehab projects are usually a class 3 or better. And there isn't a design component, or maybe there is. Grant can probably speak to that. But they're an annual program that we currently have the books, and due to the better cost estimates that we have, it's not included.
Okay, so you have to have a design budget for it to be a major capital project.
It has to be in excess of 500,000.
Right, exactly. That's why I asked the question, because I went back to read the policy.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the reason it's not included as a major capital project? I'm just looking at the significance of that amount, right?
Yeah, Your Worship, the Councillor Bertoye. So in this case, when we look at the policy, there's the requirement for a class 3 estimate, or lower than a class 3 estimate, I guess. So we don't have a lot of information. We're not sure. With these programs, we do them all the time. We know the unit costs. We know how much that next block is going to cost, even though we don't have the detailed design of it. We can get a number that's quite accurate. And because it's an ongoing program and the money can carry forward to the next year, those kinds of things, we can adjust the length of a project if it kind of hits the gap where it's not going to fit.
Okay, and the source of funding for those projects, is it property taxes?
The source of funding for the projects are taxes. There's utility reserve, and the neighborhood rehab. Oh, I get them mixed up. Is it the road or neighborhood?
Road has grant funding.
Okay, the road has grant funding still allocated
Sorry,
to
I
it.
missed that.
The road, a local road rehab, has the grant funding.
Okay.
Still.
Okay. But how are we feeling about catching up with? Because I know that we're kind of behind on catching up with the rehabilitation of the roads and infrastructure. How are we feeling about that now? Because I know we did the reports and all of that. So,
Your Worship, the Councillor Bertoye. So the plan that we presented follows that report in terms of ramping up the funding towards that program. So we're still following that plan, knowing that over the first 5 to 7 years of it, we fall a little bit behind, but then we'll catch up in that funding as we go forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon, round 2.
Thank you. So just going back to Mr. Fleming's comments earlier, so thank you for that. I'm just curious, why aren't they here? I just was to answer those questions when we're talking about the 10-year capital plan.
To Your Worship, regarding ice usage,
Yeah.
we can have them come down.
Oh, I just thought they weren't available. I was just surprised that we couldn't ask that right
Sorry,
now.
I think we were confused out as to what you were getting at there, but
Okay.
Your reference was to ice usage. Is that correct?
That's right. And it can wait until we meet later. I was just surprised.
Yeah. So council got a bunch of feedback, and our thought was, and we're running out of council meetings in this term. So the thought was we could get in front of council informally in an in-camera meeting and just give you some talking points and some information.
Okay.
But I don't consider it. I wouldn't say I consider it to be confidential in nature.
Okay.
It was more informal. But if you would like us to have some folks come down, and we can do that now.
That's okay. I mean, I can wait till after. I was just surprised by your comment. For now, I guess I'll just ask, just because we are getting lots of questions. This is a rec question. We did, I guess, just for public interest and the people who might be watching today, we did a rec study, and a couple of years ago, it put the arena as being required at 7 years a couple years ago. Now we're at about the 5-year window. But of course, we've just had hockey registration, and we have a lot of upset parents about ice time. And I'm just wondering if you can explain possibly some of the metrics that they would have used to determine that we were at a 7-year point 2 years ago, when I feel like our ice users feel like it was needed 2 years ago.
Through your worship to Councillor Macon, utilization was one of the key metrics. One of the things that was found during the 2023 infrastructure review is there were hours of ice available. They were not preferred hours of ice, and that is one thing, ongoing conversation we've had with our user groups over the last 2 years, is what's available ice and what's their preferred ice, and then even more detailed conversations about what actually works for them based on the league standards they set out. It gets rather complicated. Certain age groups can only be in the ice at certain times and those types of things. So what we've seen is there was available ice in 2023. We have now seen there's been some growth pressures. There are some opportunities we're looking at. And one of the reasons we've now identified through the proposed Culture Rec Parks Master Plan to do the further feasibility study of, okay, is now the time. One of those things is to also look at what other arenas are in the region that could be used. And that's one of the reasons we have things like an agreement with Bruderheim to allow our residents to get second place booking for that ice sheet. So there's some other mitigation strategies we're working through. And so the work we're proposing for 2026 would kind of finalize those things and look at growth for our teams and stuff. Because we do know some of the groups also rent ice elsewhere as well as in the city. So I think based on what we saw then, we agreed there was a lot of there was ice that was available. It was not preferred. The groups have started to utilize that ice now. So we are seeing definitely more utilization and definitely seeing those pressure points start to come up.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. I'll agree with you on that one. I posted our pictures from yesterday, and some of the comments are not that great, but we won't go down that road here today. The question that I have will be for Grant. And once again, understanding this is a guiding document, and you get a little bit of a feel for where council may or may not be going this fall. So I thought we spent $1.4 million on traffic calming for West Park with those 2 traffic circles. Why do we have another traffic calming project in here?
Your Worship, in the original traffic calming plan, there were a number of different intersections that were looked at and that were identified. So we, as part of the implementation, the 2 roundabouts that we put in were kind of phase 1 of that plan, put them in, evaluate, see how they're working, are they being effective in doing the traffic calming we want on those streets, and then once that evaluation is complete, then look, is there a requirement to do more, or is it somewhere else that needs to be done? So it's not necessarily that this has to be, but there's an evaluation process that we're working through.
Okay. I just thought it was odd to see another one because West Park's only so big and now we're going south. So I think we've done pretty good on traffic calming in there. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, thanks. Going back to West River's Edge Dog Park, partly for Mr. Gagnon, I was a bit surprised to see that the pond was going to be segregated from the rest of the park due to the size of it, and that really segregates usage of it, knowing the fun that's been had down there with a lot of canines. Can you give me an idea of roughly how much the dollar amount of capital that's been spent on investment to date at that dog park?
Your Worship, to Councillor Nguyen, it's very minimal in terms of capital. Yeah. We've done some small fixing and repairs on fences and those type of things, but and the regular maintenance that we do on mowing and sometimes creating trails in a winter. But on a capital point of view, very minimal.
That's good to know, and it looks like we might be doing a little bit more. But considering that we have a tree stand in the Point of Pins area structure plan that could serve the purpose, and if it was to be kept for a dog park facility like this, is that something that maybe could be on your radar to have that amenity potentially moved if that is a stormwater management facility, and we don't really want to encourage access to it?
Your Worship, to Councillor Nguyen, I would like to see if it's possible to move that tree stand in a sense. And normally, and I think you're talking about the one on development, on Highway 21, heading to Strathcona County. Yeah, I mean, normally these are removed completely, and then the wood will be reused for other things, and then we'll have to replant in a sense. So it's difficult just to take a tree stand and just to move it away.
But I'm asking, why couldn't that be a future dog park? Strathcona County has one through the woods and adjacent to a field, but it seems like it could solve the solution of...
Your Worship, to Councillor Nguyen, in that case, that's something new we'll have to analyze.
Right, yeah, okay. That's good enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris?
Probably, Grant, so just talking about those ponds at the West River's Edge, beside the dog park, those are ultimately the outfall from the Windsor Point stormwater management protocol, correct?
Your worship, that's correct.
Good. Have we analyzed, because it looks to me like obviously with more asphalt catching runoff in that area or precipitation, the elevation of those ponds is going to go up over time with increased development to a point, I would imagine.
Your worship of Councillor Harris, there'll be a little bit of fluctuation as things go up and down with rainfall and precipitation depending on the year, but they'll be overall pretty stable. There'll be short-term fluctuations as there's rainfall.
It depends on the rainfall events that we see from time to time. So my question is, have you analyzed, or is it up for analysis as to when we would actually create an outfall from that pond that is closest to the river?
Your worship to Councillor Harris, so there was a study that was completed and that's going through Alberta Environment right now where they're going to change the pond from an outfall to the river to an infiltration pond. They've demonstrated that the ground conditions, the sandy soils, and the links to the river mean that pond it'll go up again during the rainfall events, but it comes down fairly quickly and then stabilizes back to more or less a groundwater elevation.
Yeah, so the water levels are ultimately influenced by the amount of loss through percolation, I guess.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, good. Well, that's good to know. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, just a second.
Yes, thank you. Just listening to the two of you, I was under the impression that pond actually had a surface level outfall to the river to prohibit it from flooding the plain, is the way I imagined it.
Your worship to Councillor Kelly, that was in the original design. It was going to have an outfall. They've been able to demonstrate over time that doing geotechnical investigation and groundwater studies that the pond is on the soil it's on or the sandy soils it's in, it percolates through. And so during a rainfall event, it will come up and then it'll drop back down. If it gets beyond about a 1 in 200 rainfall event, there's an overflow that will go out towards the river, but at that point, the river might be coming in the other way. So,
okay, so there is an overflow, but the percolability of the soil or the subsoil in that area is handling it, and you anticipate that it will continue to do so.
That's correct, yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've been asked for a break. Are you able to wait until we do one more item, or because we will be doing lunch around 11:40? Okay. Okay, it's okay. Great. Okay, thank you very much. And just a reminder, it's just a guiding document, and you'll have the full discussion and debate this fall. So thank you. Okay, we are going to try and get one more done before lunch. So downtown development incentives, Aaron Brush Duncan.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Erin Brush Duncan, and I'm the Director of Economic Development here at the City of Fort Saskatchewan. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. Today, I'm here to complete the annual council review of the downtown development incentive programs, specifically the Brownfield Tax Exemption Bylaw and the Downtown Development Grant Program. I will also provide a brief update on the downtown development strategy, including recent work such as the downtown market gap analysis, some real estate data, and development pro formas. This work has directly impacted and informed the recommended amendments to the Downtown Development Grant and Brownfield Tax Exemption programs, ensuring that the incentives are better aligned with the current needs and opportunities to increase residential density and housing diversity in downtown. Between July 2024 and June 2025, so over the last year, there were 6 new inquiries related to the downtown development incentive programs. One of these has advanced to the detailed planning phase. Since the programs launched in 2022, we've received about 21 projects in total. 2 brownfield tax exemption applications have been approved and are now under construction. Another inquiry for the former health center site is currently under development permit review. The remaining inquiries are either on hold or have been discontinued. Overall, interest in the programs has remained steady and continues to demonstrate potential for encouraging development in our downtown. In 2024, a downtown market gap analysis was completed to assess retail trends, development opportunities, and limitations for the area. The total amount of retail space downtown has remained relatively stable at about 300,000 square feet. However, the commercial vacancy rate remains at about 15%, which is significantly higher than the citywide rate of about 5%. Downtown population growth has been limited, rising just about 3% since 2019 compared to about 10% citywide. With a current population of approximately 4,400, the downtown area does not currently have the population base to fully support the existing retail space. The report recommends prioritizing more dense and diverse housing within and near downtown to grow this residential base and improve the long-term viability of local retail. This recommendation also aligns with recommendations from the MDP. Through the 2024 operating budget, Council approved additional resources to support downtown initiatives through the Downtown Development Strategy. The Downtown Development Strategy is structured around the 3 goals of increasing residential density, promoting development of underutilized or vacant sites, and reducing commercial vacancy. These goals support a broader objective of growing the downtown population to better sustain businesses and optimize existing infrastructure. Administration has made progress on a number of these key actions from the strategy. These include identifying high-priority redevelopment lots, engaging with developers, landlords, and other municipalities that have had successful projects, investigating perceived challenges and opportunities, conducting economic feasibility reviews, and preparing targeted marketing tools for realtors and investors. As part of our research work for the Downtown Development Strategy and our review of these incentive programs, we've been reviewing current real estate data for Fort Saskatchewan. In 2024, homes sold more quickly and at a higher average price than in 2023. The most notable increase was in townhome prices, which rose about 23%. Administration has conducted a review of vacant and underutilized lots in the downtown area, with specific consideration given to properties that have generated interest from external investors. As part of this review, administration identified multiple higher potential lots and undertook more detailed analysis to better understand the potential barriers and opportunities associated with redevelopment. This analysis included the development of pro formas and cash flow models for various multi-attached residential and mixed-use project types. Townhomes demonstrated the strongest investment returns and are the most viable option for encouraging additional downtown density. Key points. Overall, the pro forma analysis suggested townhomes are the most viable option for encouraging additional downtown density. Townhomes have shown steady price appreciation, sell quickly, and provide both increased density and on-site parking. When comparing sale prices to construction costs, they also offer the strongest investment margins under current market conditions. New condominium-style apartments are less viable at this time due to higher construction costs and lower sales prices, while rental apartments may present a promising long-term investment opportunity. The pro forma analysis also indicates that the current incentive amounts enhance the viability of townhome developments and rental apartments. One challenge that was identified is that many underutilized downtown sites are too small to meet the current requirements of 6 residential units, which limits their eligibility for incentives under the current structure. To address this, we're proposing a reduction in the unit thresholds for both incentive programs from 6 to 4 units for multi-unit residential or from 3 to 2 for mixed-use residential, like residential units above a commercial space. Based on our analysis, administration is recommending 2 key amendments to improve accessibility and impact of the incentive programs. First, as I mentioned above, we recommend lowering the minimum residential unit thresholds to better reflect the development potential of smaller downtown sites. For multi-unit residential projects, the threshold would be reduced from 6 units to 4. For mixed-use developments, from 3 units to 2. This adjustment was initially presented to Council last year during our review, and our recent analysis and the pro formas reinforces the need for this change. Second, we recommend introducing a funding cap of $500,000 per project under the Downtown Development Grant Program. This will help manage the overall fund availability while allowing more projects to potentially benefit from the program. Together, these amendments will strengthen the city's ability to support desirable forms of housing, particularly townhomes and rental apartments, without requiring additional program funding. Administration recommends that Council approve amending bylaw C22-25, the Brownfield Tax Exemption Bylaw, and amendments to policy FIN-015-C, the Downtown Development Grant Program. These changes will allow the city to more effectively encourage infill housing and redevelopment downtown. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, you're first.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
You refer to it as mixed-use development downtown. I'm talking about, I think there is still, at least there used to be, and my question is there still, for new commercial development on, I think, 102nd Street, 100 Ave, or 103rd Street, that it must include, and the operative word is must include, residential on a second floor. Is that still a requirement?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I might have to defer if it's required. I know it can be an option.
Go ahead, Janelle.
So, Your Worship, I believe the requirement is that you must have commercial on the ground floor. I can't say with certainty that there's a requirement to have residential above. This is being reviewed as part of the land use bylaw project, so we are taking a specific look at this requirement.
Could I ask that you, and there's no enormous rush, but I would really like a definitive answer on that. I've had concerns with that requirement in the past, and I still do, if it in fact exists. I'd like to talk, if I could, about funding. And maybe I'm missing something really obvious here. I hope not, but maybe I am. The grant program gives a break to property taxes going forward. Is that not correct? Once it's built. Once the property is built.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, so there's 2 programs. One is that Brownfield program, which is up to 5% of your costs, and that is a break on your property taxes. There's also the Downtown Grant Program, which is, and so the Brownfield is limited only to Brownfield sites. There's about 10. There is also the Grant Program, which is for a larger area of downtown, and that is actually funded through a grant funding reserve that we have. And that's up to 3%.
Okay, so I've obviously forgot something. Tell me about the 3% funding. Is it a check? How does that work?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, so at the time of occupancy for those projects, up to 3% of their capital costs will be given to them at that time.
Like a physical reimbursement.
That is correct.
I like it. I forgot that. Thank you.
Can I just jump in? Did you say 3 or 30?
3.
3. Okay, just wanted to double check. Okay.
I apologize.
Okay, thank you. So I'm next on the list for speaking. So the question that I have is you want to reduce the number of units. So reducing from 3 to 2 would mean now we would be funding duplexes?
To your worship, so the 3 to 2 would only be if it's mixed use, so it would have commercial on the ground floor and the residential would be above. But for straight residential, the minimum would be 4.
Okay. Okay, I just needed to double check on that. Okay. And when you say adding 500,000 for the program, where is that funding coming from?
To your worship, so the funding already exists. We're just saying that making it really clear that no project would get past that 500,000 because that's the amount of money that we have kind of in our funding bucket, if you will, and that if ever in the future there's a decision made to add additional resources, that no project would get over the 500,000. So I'm not currently requesting any additional funding.
But it says add.
To add a limit
Oh.
of 500,000.
Okay, because when I read it, it was add. Okay, and the brownfield incentive is still open for anyone to apply for?
To your worship, the Brownfield Incentive Program is open if your site is a designated brownfield site.
Okay. Just remind us where those are.
Absolutely. So I absolutely should have had a map up here for you, but there are 10 sites. These are sites that either have had that meet certain criteria. So they could potentially have been contaminated by a previous use. So some of those sites would include things like the old mall site or the site directly across from that. There's sites where like a potential dry cleaner or a gas station, things along those lines.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard?
Thanks for all the information. So what Mayor Ketcher just mentioned with the location of the commercial, you said it's the mixed use. Is that only a certain area or is that area wide in the whole downtown? Because you're not talking mixed use on some of the small residential roads. This is the 100 Ave, right?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, so any project would still have to meet any of the kind of requirements and guidelines of our land use bylaw. So a project would follow those guidelines, however planning has laid those out.
Okay, just wanted to make sure of that. So I read the same thing, that you wanted an increase from $500,000 to $1 million, right? And so that money has to come from somewhere in here. And you just said it in your presentation. I'm not going to dig through where I saw it, but you said you wanted to raise it from 500,000 to $1 million.
Just one moment. I just want to pull up my amended policy here.
Through your worship, I can help out here. Last year, as part of our annual update for this program, we did recommend that the available funding increase from 500 to 1 million because of the interest that we were receiving.
Mm-hmm.
That is not part of the discussion today. We are still waiting for a project to be completed before we would want to re-engage council with that discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Okay. It kind of sounded like this was a request as part of this.
Yeah.
You'll say, because that money would have to come from somewhere.
Yeah. Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, page 8 of the policy FIN-015-C 8.3, we say for part B, a 500,000 per project. So the maximum amount available for the incentive grant per property would be the lesser of the 3% or 500,000 per project. So it's just to define a cap. I apologize for not being more clear.
Okay, so the one that gets a maximum amount, that's a $15 million project. Because that's what 3% is. They'd have to have a big project.
I'll trust your math.
It's a rough one. Yeah. Okay. I think that's all I've got for now. I just wanted to clarify that $1 million because I'm okay with the limiting the 2 to 3 units, the less units, but I'm not sure about upping it to $1 million for whatever in reserves for the potential.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon?
Thank you and good morning. Just my question is on the multi-unit threshold from 6 to 4.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that I'm reading it is that the change applies across the board to any multi-unit application. Is that right?
Through your worship to Councillor Macon, yes.
Okay, so I was just wondering on that one if it made more sense to do it based on size. So like if a lot is big enough for the 6 units.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're allowing it just to be 4. Wouldn't we want to ensure that they would build 6 units if it was big enough to fit 6 units?
Mm-hmm. Through your worship to Councillor Macon, when I think I would say that to maximize the amount of return on a project, I would expect that they would work, that a developer would work to maximize the number of units they could fit on a lot. That is something we can consider, take back to consider.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen? Whoops.
Yeah, just a couple questions, and then I'd be prepared to read the motion in. So what And can you just give maybe a high level kind of overview? I know this program has seen success, and congratulate you and your team with encompassing the downtown action plan and bringing these incentives to council. Mark's work prior. What would you say the uptake of investment in downtown Fort Saskatchewan has been either catalyzed or has been a catalyst or a driver of investments and developers coming in? So I'm just looking for some assurance that what we're deciding and incentivizing is really what's bringing these investors to downtown Fort Saskatchewan.
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen. So for two of the projects that have moved forward, that are brownfield site projects, the developer specifically let us know that seeing the support for the development in the downtown and having the brownfield program was definitely a positive contributing factor to his decision to do some of that development. So I would say that we are having some success in working with people who are inquiring about different parcels downtown or development opportunities. The incentives are definitely something that show them encouragement, and we're hearing positive responses. So we are getting, we said we've had 21, kind of inquiries in the last couple of years. Those are ones that we've had multiple conversations with. Those are ones that are not just a phone call, that are not just a quick check-in. Those are ones that are asking for a lot more detail about a specific site or about things like that. So I would say that these incentives are a positive force for those kind of investments and questions.
And I would agree. Has there been one scenario where a developer has submitted a development permit application, then found out, oh, there's some, there's some neat tools I can use here to aid, and so they didn't know about it prior to a development initiative?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, I'm not thinking of any off the top of my head at this time.
Oh, that's great. Okay, thank you. I can read in the motion. Yeah.
Sure.
So I move that council give first reading to bylaw C22-25 to amend bylaw C15-22, the brownfield tax exemption bylaw, for the purpose of reducing the minimum number of multi-unit dwelling units within the eligibility requirements.
Okay, thank you. And would you like to speak to the motion?
I'll let anyone else weigh in first, and now I can speak on close.
Okay, thank you. The motion is open for discussion and debate. Okay, I'm just going to make a couple of comments. I'll support the motion. I didn't quite fully understand reducing the number, but as long as it's not about putting into, I guess, the existing residential areas, that it's into other specific ones, it's over commercial, I could probably live with that, because that might mean they might get a little bigger space. I'm going to say that the existing brownfield incentive that we have has been very well received, and it's my understanding we're actually going to have people moving into some of those townhouses on July 1st. So when we talk about increasing density, that's very exciting. And I guess just my other comment, it'll be exciting to see the apartment finished because it looks like right now I've had questions about the wrapping that's on there has been coming off in the wind and that. So if there's a way to push the developer at all to say, like, get your siding on so that people don't think it's being abandoned, I think that would be a good message to give to them. But very well received, and I anticipate we'll have more multi-use dwellings hopefully on that site. So I'll support this based on the information that you provided. Thank you. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. I will support it as well. I like it. I did have one question, though. Your report purposely focuses on residential, pushing residential into the core, and I'm fine with that. What do we have in place to incentivize new commercial buildings in downtown in the core?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, we currently do not have any incentives for new commercial construction in the downtown. We do have the commercial revitalization grants program for supporting kind of the revitalization or improvements to existing commercial buildings in downtown.
It might be a project for the coming year to give that a little bit of thought, but we can leave that for now, and I'll think about it as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, I don't see anyone else, so on close or.
As the chair, I'll let you know.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I overstepped there.
Okay, not seeing any other further discussion and debate on first reading. You anything on close?
Yeah, I just do want to commend the work of your department once again. Brownfield tax incentives exemption has increased, I think, activity and kind of revitalized the core of Fort Saskatchewan, where we've seen an old mall site that has looked similar in nature and for a while. In the last 10 years is certainly changing. And is changing the landscape of what our downtown core looks like. I think it's council's responsibility to aid the ECDEV department in planning and development with these types of incentives. So I'm happy to support the motion.
Okay, thank you. For first reading, the motion is closed. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. You may proceed with second.
So move that council gives second reading to bylaw C22-25 to amend bylaw C15, 22, Brownfield tax exemption bylaw for the purpose of reducing the minimum number of multi-dwelling units within the eligibility requirements.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything further to speak to?
Nothing further.
All right, is there anything further on discussion and debate? Not seeing anything. Anything on close?
No.
You're good. Motion, for second reading is closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. You may present it for unanimous consent.
Yes, so I'll move that council give unanimous consent to proceed with third reading of bylaw C22-25.
Thank you. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. You may proceed with third.
So I move that council give third reading to bylaw C22-25 to amend bylaw C15-22, Brownfield tax exemption bylaw for the purpose of reducing the minimum number of multi-dwelling units within the eligibility criteria requirements.
Okay. Is there anything on discussion and debate? Not seeing any. Anything on close? You're good. On third reading, please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously, and there is a fourth motion to approve the amendments to the downtown grant policy. You can.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I'll move that council approve amendments to the downtown development grants policy FIN-015-C as set out in Appendix B of the June 24th, 2025 request for decision report.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything to speak to that?
I have nothing further to add.
Thank you.
Thank you, Erin.
It's open for discussion and debate, and I'm just going to make a comment. I think our policies that we have in place now, I think they work really well for councils and administration to ensure that, you know, we eliminate gray areas. And so I'll just say good work on that, and timely. It was good for an update. Okay. Anything further? If not, anything on close?
Nothing.
You're good. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. Okay, I'm informed lunch isn't here. So do you want a break, or do we just want to take a 45-minute, or do we want to go on to the triannual? Okay, so what we're going to do is we'll take a 45-minute break, so that would bring us back at 12:15. So lunch will be here at some point in time in the... Okay, so 12:20 we'll You influenced me. So we'll recess till 12:20. Okay? Thank you, and Okay, the time is 12:20, and I'm told we are back live again. So we will begin with the next item, and you're already queued right up. So welcome, Clayton and Colleen, for the January through April Triannual Management Financial Report. Welcome.
All right, thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Colleen Wagner. I'm the senior accountant with Accounting and Reporting, Lord. And with me today I have Clayton Northey, the manager of Accounting and Reporting. Today we're going to present the April 30th, 2025 interim report. So just a few of the operational highlights during the first 4 months of the year. We've talked a little bit about it, but the Dow Chemical Path 2.0 project has been delayed to match the market conditions. However, with this delay, we are still seeing an increase in permitting and other industrial-related services. A design project for the industrial wastewater extension was approved with a $400,000 reimbursement from Dow. The city is also transitioning from the outdoor emergency warning system to a more modern phone.
Can you speak closer, apparently?
Right. I think I have this problem every time I come up here to talk. You'd think I would get it. The outdoor emergency warning system, we are moving to a more modern emergency warning system. So getting rid of the sirens outside. Curb waste education. So we'll have some more education provided by the city to improve recycling practices and reduce household waste. Banking service agreement. Every 5 years, the city goes out for an RFP, a request for proposal, to get new banking services. And that was awarded to the Bank of Montreal. So we'll be dealing with the Bank of Montreal for the next 5 years. And of course, 2024 year end, we had the financial statements, the year end report, and the audit findings approved in the first 4 months of the year. In our operations to date for April, the city has an operating budget surplus of $2.67 million. In 2024, we had a $1.3 million at the same time. The city is forecasting a $3.0 million surplus for the year, including a $3.12 million from municipal operations and a $106K deficit from utility operations. Revenues are forecast to be 2.5 higher than the budget in 2025, resulting from higher than normal user fees and charges due to continued major project permitting and increase in related services. Fortis reimbursements for new streetlights resulted in a higher than budget other revenue. Investment income is above due to higher bank balances and interest rates and investment yields. Property taxes are still below budget due to the 25% GPOT shortfall from the province. Operating expenses are forecast to be $122,000 lower than budget for 2025, resulting mainly from the purchase from other governments below budget due to staffing variances at the RCMP. We will have an overage in the contracted services due to projects carried forward into 2025, which are mostly offset from grants and reserve funding. Service maintenance contracts are higher than budget due to life cycle replacements, which again are offset by reserve funding. Went a little fast there. Our financial position, as shown as Appendix 1 highlights of the changes in the city's financial position during the first 4 months of 2025. They include a net decrease in the city's net financial assets to $29.6 million from the $42 million in December 2024. This reporting period is normally at the lowest for net financial assets due to the 2025 property taxes not being levied until May. Cash and cash equivalents have decreased $7.7 million from December, and this is due to the cash flow needs for the first 4 months of 2025. Investments follow the same path. They have decreased by $3.4 million, and again, due to cash flow needs. Trade payable increased due to an accounting change in recording deferred revenue to an unearned revenue payable. For our capital program, the 2025 capital program included 23 new projects and 24 multi-year projects that were carried forward from 2024. At April 30th, 2025, the city had completed 3 projects while 44 were in progress. The city spent $37 million on capital expenditures in the first 4 months of 2025 compared to $3.8 million in 2024. Project overages, we have a water main Area 3 to Dow Main, which will be funded by Light Medium Industrial Area Levy. Also Leslie McMillan Park Outdoor Rink to be funded by various project surpluses. Some of the larger projects carrying forward to 2025 were the JRC modernization, which is now coming to completion, the aquatics facility, secondary alternative water source, sump pump retrofit program, and the Heritage Trails Park Phase 1. And our financial reserves, at April 30th, the city had $78.6 million held in financial reserves, of which $21.7 million is committed to ongoing projects and $56.8 million is uncommitted. The city's total optimal balance for 2025 is $49.8 million. And on the graph here, you'll see the light gray area is the optimal balance and the navy blue is what our actuals are sitting at. So you'll see that there are a couple of reserves that are below the optimal balance, and that's the stabilization and contingency reserves. And infrastructural life cycle reserves were underfunded by $3.6 million and $3.9 million respectively. The project's reserves, specific purpose reserve, and restricted reserves were collectively overfunded by $5.7 million. And with that quick review, I'm open to questions for the T1 April 30th interim report.
Okay, thank you very much for the report. I'll open it up for clarifying questions. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, folks. Maybe I'm missing something when I looked at this over the weekend, but could I ask you to look at page 91 of your report, or pardon me, the council package? That's the 11, I think, of your report, or 12, perhaps. 12, take that back, make it 12. Okay. Statement of operations.
Okay.
Under infrastructure and planning service, Public Works is over 6 million versus 2.8. That's because of the extra permit revenue, or what's causing that wild variance, please?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, that's a good catch. That was actually depreciation was misreported last year in April. It was captured later on in the year as part of the systems conversion from citywide, and that's the difference there.
That's the difference?
Yeah.
Right there. So really what you're telling me, it was understated last year?
Correct.
And that would make up the $4 million difference?
That's correct. Public Works includes... That's correct. Public Works includes roads, parks, a lot of bridges, a lot of your largest infrastructure.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Being as how I see nobody, I'll just continue, Mayor Katcher. Page 6 of your report. Some of these questions are probably pretty minor, but bear with me, please. Service maintenance contracts, something close to $1.2 million in 4 months. I'm sorry. Now I'm on other variances, page 6 of your report. About the 4th bullet point, talks about the $373,000 over budget for service maintenance contracts.
I think I'm on. Okay. Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly. I believe this difference is due to some life cycle items that are going to be offset by reserve transfers.
How much do we spend per year on service maintenance contracts? Any idea?
Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, we do about just over $3 million typically. Some of this is going to be a combination of, as Colleen said, the replacement of equipment that are covered under the routine replacement of building equipment, amongst other things, that are covered by the facilities life cycle reserve. But it also can be timing differences as well throughout the year. I'd have to go back and look to find out for you.
I'm not interested, I don't think, about whether it's covered under the reserves. Whether it's covered under a reserve or not, we still spent the money. So to me, that seems like a very large number. Out of roughly 100 million spent, we're spending 3% of it on service maintenance contracts. Can you give me an example of a large ticket item within that?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, maybe we'll come back with that.
That's fine. It's some sort of generalized, or so I can understand it, because it just seems very high, Clayton. That's the driver, and I'm not interested whether it's paid by reserves or not. That is, it's all property tax funded. You know that, and I know that. Mayor Katcher, still nobody. Let me continue. I've got red notes here. Your note on page 7 of your report, at the bottom it says city utility operations had an $8,000 surplus compared to budget. I think the utilities itself has a much larger surplus for the first 4 months. I've got a note here in red scribbled 149, and now that I'm scrambling, I'm trying to find where that comes from. Probably the next page. So what is the utility operation surplus for 4 months, please?
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly. So with the utilities, we have the water service, sewer service, and solid waste.
Mm-hmm.
So we had a bit of a decrease in consumption, the variable consumption for the water in the first 4 months of the year. And dependent on how the budget is kind of spread, it will give us the different variances. So with utilities, it's kind of hard to nail down a specific number for budget spread. But the way it was spread for the first 4 months, we came up with the 8,000 surplus.
I'll come back to that in a few minutes. I got to confirm my number, that's why, because now that I'm speaking, I'm not clear myself what I'm talking about. And this is just a very minor aside. When you do the report, it's clear in the report if you read it a little bit. You make a statement on page 9, literally net financial assets. You compare the net financial assets at April 30 to the net financial assets at December 31, 24. Somewhere else there's a number that compares it on a year-over-year quarter basis. I think that statement, that one sentence, would be clearer if you compared it quarter to quarter. December is always going to be way higher than April. I'm not sure it's a number or comparison that is relevant, to be honest. One more, Gail, sorry, my apologies, Mayor Katcher, and I'm probably done. And I think I've asked you this before, but I'm going to beach up on it a bit. Capital lease obligations, page 10 of your package. If in fact we're paying interest rate of 14.677% on average for our capital leases, why are we leasing anything?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, that particular lease is coming due at the end of this year, or finishes at the end of this year. The end is very, very small. It's in relation to, I believe, the phone system that the city has. We are watching much more closely at the leases that we enter into when we look at capital leases. For instance, I believe there has been one that was entered into believe in May this year at about 4.6%.
Okay, that sounds a lot better, obviously. On the subject of the phone system, I assume when the phone system, because I don't remember anything out of the capital plan, when the lease expires, there's some sort of nominal payout and we now own the equipment and we will continue to use it for a period of time?
Through your worship, to Councillor Kelly, I would have to come back to you with information on that.
Thank you. Mayor Katcher, I think that covers it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I took a look at it. I know it's first quarter. Working for the city back in the day, it was like first quarter is just sort of like, you know, it's kind of helter-skelter. So yeah, I don't have any questions. I had one, but I just had to reread it, and it was like, yeah, I got it. So, all right, thank you very much for your triennial report. Okay, the next one is a renewal motion. So, Councillor Nguyen, I'll have you read your motion in. Oh, not paying attention.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I will move that Council amend the 2025 capital budget, excuse me, by adding capital project 25025 Helmut Ritter Fire Station in the amount of 2.089 million to be funded from the local government fiscal framework capital grant for the purpose of completing detailed design for concept 3.
Okay. What is your point of order?
A renewal motion can happen according to the bylaws when in fact there's been a new information brought forward. So Councillor Nguyen, what new information do you have at your disposal which leads you to bring this renewal motion forward?
Precisely what I was about to speak to, opening the motion, so if I can...
Well, yeah. I'd like to hear it before the mayor accepts the motion. There has to be a reason. So I think that's incumbent upon making it with the motion.
Okay, yeah, and...
Okay. Parliamentary, I'm going to go to Ms. Bouger.
One moment, Mayor. I'm just going to pull that up. I believe Councillor Kelly is correct. So a motion to renew is used to revisit a motion which was previously defeated by council, which is the situation here. Councillor Nguyen did provide a notice of motion, so he's met that, and must be done after a meeting where the original motion was presented. So we don't have that requirement specified in our procedures bylaw. However, that is a standard requirement typically in Robert's rules.
Okay, so it's not in the procedural bylaw at this time. I know when they bring the procedural bylaw forward, I do believe it has been placed in there.
We do mention that any member to present a defeated motion to council should new realities occur. So I misspoke. We do allude to it. So it would be appropriate for Councillor Nguyen to speak to the new realities that led to renewing the motion.
Okay, so I'm going to have you speak to the new realities, and then once you've done that, then I will take the motion.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Yes, so I did a significant amount of research myself on offsite levies bylaw, the policy that's coming forward, and the reason that I voted the way I did in the last consideration of concept design work to be completed on the fire hall was a misunderstanding that I believed on how our offsite levies policy, which has not been read in or passed for 3 readings, would affect funding of this capital project. Now with the new information that I received, I have garnered assurance that offsite levies bylaws are going to be in place. It's something that administration is working on in a timely fashion, and also the city of Fort Saskatchewan will be required to front end the capital cost of construction of this facility. So having said that, it was not my understanding that is the fact surrounding offsite levies and I see that you don't necessarily agree with that, but that is the basis of which I made a decision the last time we looked at this matter.
Okay, I'm just going to park you there for a second. As chair, I do believe that does suffice. Councillor Kelly?
I want a ruling. Because, Mayor Katcher, Councillor Noyen changing his mind is not new information. And every bit of information that I referred to, we had at the meeting that we debated this issue. Every bit of it. The offsite levy and the lack of it was discussed. It was discussed at that meeting that in fact the offsite levy would cover some portion of the new fire hall. Every bit of the information was there. What we have in our bylaw is a requirement that, and it's to stop nuisance motions. I changed my mind on a motion 3 months ago that I voted for. It's to stop nuisance motions and cause council to think of what they're doing at the time. Secondly, we have new information coming forward that was referred to repeatedly in the original debate, and that information is still not received, and we cannot reference it at this meeting because it was only presented in camera. So I honestly, if you want to rule, this isn't a procedural issue, this is a bylaw issue, Mayor Katcher, and I think it should go to a vote of council. We're not listening to our bylaws, and that requires a vote of council.
Okay, well, I'm going to take my ruling on this is that Councillor Noyen has indicated that he didn't have sufficient information on the off-site levies. He feels comfortable that that information has been provided, whether it is in public or even in camera. He feels, as he indicated, that he has the information that he needs to make a decision. So he put a motion to renew. So that is my ruling. Yeah. And that's the ruling we're going with. So I'm going to allow him to have his motion on there, and we will continue. Because we're not debating something that's not on there, so I'm taking you both off at this time. Okay, Councillor, Noyen, you may, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Noyen, you may speak to your motion.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate the comments that have been made, and to be able to have this discussion as well. I do believe that in the past a couple of years, we've gone through extensive analysis of infrastructure, assets, service level, staffing, all reviewing our fire department and our fire services. Like I mentioned, my biggest concern were off-site levy policies, and it's my understanding that we're going to be receiving that, or the next council will be receiving that in a timely fashion that will affect the funding of this capital project. The reality of Fort Saskatchewan right now is the city is experiencing and being subject to record growth. Prior to this term of council, the city annexed quite a significant amount of land, and we're seeing exponential growth occur, and that's been outlined and predicted by our municipal development plan, which is a statutory document, prepares us for growth and expansion and being able to accommodate that into the foreseeable future. So on that basis is the reasoning and rationale behind myself bringing this motion forward to council, and I look forward to the discussion and comments of the rest of council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will debate this renewal motion. Councillor Kelly.
I have a question for Legislative Services, please. When it comes to questioning, I understand that the chair has the ability to make a ruling on procedure of the meeting. I didn't understand that the mayor has the ability to make an individual ruling on whether or not a bylaw is being correctly adhered to. So please help me understand where that ability is and what the limits, if any, of the chair's ability to make rulings are or is.
Ms. Boucher.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Kelly. in our procedures bylaw, it does note that the chair has the ability to decide all points of order.
I'm sorry, could you speak a little bit?
Pardon me. In our bylaw, it does set out that the chair of the meeting has the ability to decide points of order. You did raise a point of order. You could challenge the ruling of the mayor, and that ruling would be put to a vote. And depending on the will of council, that would be the final decision.
Then how do I make that challenge because I wish to?
Councillor Kelly, you would just simply say that you wish to make a motion to challenge the ruling of the chair, and then council would be asked to vote. If council votes yes, the challenge is successful, and the motion would be defeated, and we would move on to the next item. If council votes no, the challenge is not successful, and the chair's ruling would stand.
I'm going to make that motion. I don't think I can word it any better, so give you folks a minute to catch up.
Yes, and just for clarity, this type of motion is not debatable. So once Legislative Services is able to put that on the screen, it would just move to an actual vote on the ruling of the chair. So again, voting yes means you are in favor of not hearing the motion, of accepting the ruling. Sorry, voting yes means the challenge is upheld. Voting no means that you side with the chair's ruling.
Do I have the ability to speak to the motion?
Typically, no, Councillor Kelly, because it's a challenge on the ruling.
That's fine. I think everybody probably understands now anyway.
You have a point of order?
No, call the question. Let's do it.
Well, we're waiting for it to come up. You have it? Okay, Councillor Kelly, I'll have you read that in. You're still on.
Is it that council appeal or that I seek an appeal or vote on? I don't think council seeking is appealing. Just looking to fine tune this a bit.
I actually
Excuse
think
me.
it would be council
Can we
appealing it
say
if
that
they take your.
council approve the appeal?
It it would be if council accepts the your challenge. It would be council uphold. Pardon? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Okay, we're a couple minutes early, but everybody's here, so I'll have you read that in, Councillor Kelly. Oops.
Thank you. I like this version better. I move that the chair's ruling to accept the motion to renew be appealed and overturned.
Okay, thank you. There's no discussion and debate. Please cast your vote on this motion. Motion is defeated 6-1, so the ruling is upheld. So I will go back to Councillor Nguyen. Let's see, I think you read it in. Now you're speaking in favor of it.
I think
You know what? Read it in again. Just let's.
Sure, yeah, let's do it. So, oh, sorry.
Sometimes we get a little bit. Okay, just so that we've got the order following. Okay.
So I'll move that council amend the 2025 capital budget by adding capital project 25025 Helmut Ritter Fire Station in the amount of 2.089 million to be funded from the local government fiscal framework LGFF capital grant for the purpose of completing detailed design for concept 3.
Okay, I will accept that motion. You may speak to your motion.
Yeah, thank you. And I do believe I've outlined most of my position on this. We've had the discussion around fire hall, and I don't really have any further information or opinions to add. So I'll allow the rest of council to sorry, you do that. But yeah, would like to hear from the rest of council.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris, you're first on the renewal motion.
This motion is effectively what I put on the floor for council deliberation at 2 previous meetings, so I'll be voting in support of it. I believe that this is a political body, and we are entitled to change our minds from time to time. There's a process for that. What we just went through, I think, was unnecessary. We are entitled to not have to defend our point of view. We can make whatever decision we want. So I think what Councillor Nguyen has put forward is eminently fair, and effectively it amounts to us making a decision, if this passes, to build a new main fire hall in the middle of the community to handle the growth that will happen over the next number of years. It is the right thing to do for the right reasons in the right way, and I support it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
I support this motion as I did before. I feel that good, solid fire department is one of the vital services that a city provides. Over 100 years ago, cities were totally annihilated sometimes by fire. It can spread fast. We need access to fire services. And I feel that a fire department, like some of the other services we provide, is, I call it an insurance policy because, you know, whether you buy insurance on a house or your car, a lot of times you feel it's a bit of a waste of money until you need it. Until there's a fire, we're kind of in that position now. If someone loses their life, you know, we didn't have that extra insurance. So I think the fire department doesn't save everything, but it certainly helps a lot. And I think we are overdue for a new fire station.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly on the motion.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Harris, I agree. Council is allowed to change their motion, but we also have bylaws that we must adhere to. Otherwise, it becomes a farce. And we're going to cover the bylaws referring to within the next few minutes of this meeting, so we'll have another opportunity to take a look at it. I'm not surprised by the vote. I fully expected those that supported the original motion to support this motion. Unlike Councillor Nguyen, I haven't had an epiphany. I have not changed my mind. The requirement and the need of the community right now is to meet a 10-minute response time. Option 1A, that wasn't presented originally to Council, but was drafted based on the information on the drawing in November. And even then wasn't shown as a scalable model, but was admitted by, not admitted, but concurred with by Mr. Schaefer at the last meeting that in fact option 1A would be scalable and we could grow and spend the capital as the needs of the community continue to increase. If this motion is approved, here's what we're going to have. We're going to have 2 very large fire halls, each with 4 active firefighters in them. So a $26 million fire hall with 4 active firefighters in it. That is extravagant. The need to build the right building is consistent upon the need of the time. I don't understand and cannot comprehend the need for a $27 million fire hall when we know that the community isn't going to need that size and scope of operation for many years to come. A $10 million fire hall can be situated properly on the land and designed to be scalable as the population grows. Off-site levies support that approach, by the way. We also discussed that at the last meeting. I want to point out to this council that this motion on top of the swimming pool motion, that also somehow, almost magically in my mind, became we need to build the right one, which happens to be the most expensive one. I'm glad there wasn't a $90 million option because I'm afraid we would have been debating that. We're going to add, this council is going to add, in the last 7 months of its term, $100 million in debt to the balance sheet of this organization. Along with that debt comes the operating commitment to each of these facilities, which will, off the top of my head, rapidly approach somewhere between $8 and $10 million per year, if not more. So let's just think about that for a second. $100 million in debt, plus an operating commitment, that will, combined between the pool and the fire hall, be $8 to $10 million per year. My estimate, I'm sure I'm right. I do have a question for Mr. Fleming. Mr. Fleming, you have indicated, in passing at least to council for the last while, I think starting last fall in budget, that you envisioned some rather large property tax increases coming toward Fort Saskatchewan. Is that an accurate statement?
Through your worship, yeah, I believe that will be accurate for likely the fullness of the next term of office.
So would you care, or are you able to give a range of what you envision a percentage increase for property taxes going forward could be for, let's say, the next half a dozen years, 5 years?
Through your worship, we haven't done any work that goes quite that far out. I think we had been looking at the next 2 and 3 years. And it's, again, this is pretty preliminary, right? The budgets still have to get put together, but you could be looking at a range between, it could be in the 8 to 10% range for a sustained few years
at a time. I would agree with that, if not more. And in fact, we'll have to be careful. I would suggest to keep it in 8 to 10% range. It's also my understanding, Mr. Fleming, that the off-site bylaw, although I know you did not promise it for the July meeting, you said you were going to try, and now I see in the notes you project it to be end of August. But you're comfortable telling council that it'll be available for council review the end of August?
Through worship, that's our intention, yes.
Thank you. So if this motion, or if the question of a new fire hall waits, what are we now? End of June, literally only 2 months. We'll have a final piece of significant information in front of us to help us intelligently and on an informed basis deal with this particular motion and or the one that preceded it a couple months ago. So I fail to see the need to rush this. I really do. We're just talking about planning at this stage. Planning can start 2 or 3 months later. It does not mean for a second that the fire hall will eventually be delayed by even 2 or 3 months, let alone 2 or 3 years. What it is a prudent and business-like approach to making decisions on behalf of our community, where we tax the community to fund the decisions that we make. And I would strongly urge council to be patient for 2 months, and let's get all the information in front of us, and let's have an informed discussion about what drawings could look like and what the off-site levies could be, and how in fact those off-site levies would be dealt with from a financial basis inside the records of the organization, because it's still not clear to me whether or not off-site levies will actually reduce the budget impact of something like a fire hall. So there's lots of missing pieces, and in fact I would suggest rather strongly that there's not been one new piece of information or data surfaced since we last talked about this that necessitates this motion coming forward. And a change of opinion is not a change in data or information. And I'm going to leave it at that. You'll note my frustration, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Batoye, you're next.
Okay, so first I want to say thank you to the fire department and staff for working on this. I know it's been a little of back and forth. When the fire department came forward to do the presentation, I wanted to take some time to take in that information and do my own research to decide on which way I was going to vote. this has obviously been a struggle for me because, again, because of the tax burden, it's gonna cost for our residents. But the one question that I mean, I'm not sure I was going to answer this question, but I would like to throw it out there. And this is one thing I've been struggling with. The typical life cycle for a fire station is around what?
Fire Chief, you may come forward.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Abatoye. So our current fire station is 44 years. From what I recall, and maybe Grant Schaefer can help me out, but 50 years seem to be the norm. However, when speaking some of my counterparts, we're looking possibly up to that 65, 70 years.
Okay. So because I think one of the reasons why we were looking at this site and this new fire station is because of the annexed area. And we do know that those areas won't be built out until another, I don't know, 30, 40 years, right? So I'm thinking, like, if the life cycle for the fire station is, say, 40 to 60 years, then are we going to have to be refurbishing and renewing or doing renovations to a fire station because we've built it to that scale too early?
I think Mr. Schaefer is going to answer that.
Your Worship, the Councillor Abatoye. So, with any facility, there's always renewals and system upgrades you have to do as they age out. And if you do that work and you maintain it properly, there's really no end of life to a building per se. As long as it's fit for purpose, it can still be used. So while we typically use a 50 or 75-year life cycle, if you do the maintenance that you need to do when you do it, as long as it's still fit for purpose, it's still a facility that can be used.
Okay, thank you. I actually did get a few emails from residents saying that I was on the wrong side of this conversation. I'm like, I didn't even make a decision yet, so I'm not sure why I'm getting these emails. However, honestly, I see the two different debates on this, and I'm really struggling on which one to go forward with, because in my mind, I believe that building what we need now and scaling up as we grow is probably the better option to go. However, I just heard that the fire station can last for over 60 years. So honestly, I'm not sure I'm going to vote. My question has been answered. I appreciate the responses, and I'll figure out how I'm going to vote on this. But I honestly don't know how I'm going to vote yet.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. I supported this before, and I will support it again today. Even if we approve the design work and the next council approves the fire hall, it's still going to take, as we were told in the presentation, 3 years minimum to build it. In that point in time, we look at how much lands are coming on in the annex lands, and although we're required to meet a 10-minute response, just building a CCAN container right now to put the truck and a couple fire department people in isn't going to suffice. I honestly believe this will become the #1 fire hall, as has been suggested, that will serve the greater area, that's got some of the highest densities and higher buildings that we have. Most of them are 4 or 5 stories over there. And I think that that's something that's really, really important, where the existing fire hall becomes fire hall #2 and services the downtown area across into the commercial area somewhat. All of this was provided to us, and I was very comfortable. I was reminded at Don Westman's sign unveiling, you build for the future, you just don't build for today, because the future is here before a blink of an eye. And the amount of houses that are being built, and as soon as we see Landrex's land come on, I'm sure we're going to see additional commercial coming up along that highway too. So you know, we're hoping to get a school over there. We're hoping to get, you know, more development. And with that we need to ensure that we are thinking for the future. And that's coming faster than we can, you know. Would I believe we were built out as far as we are built out right now? No. So I just look at the number of houses we're putting on right now, and it is better to build what we need for the future and to ensure that the residents who live out there feel they're supported with fire department. So that's why I continue to support it. Round 2, Councillor Kelly. Let's just a second.
Thank you. I see Grant still at the mic, and that's good. There seems to be some confusion over how long a building will last, Grant. I think I understand you, but I want to drive the point home so that maybe we don't have this in future council conversations. The existing fire hall, in your opinion, has it been well maintained and upgraded as necessary to keep it functional to today's date?
As a facility, yes, it has.
Okay. If we continue to do that, will it have, as maybe suggested, a 50-year lifespan, suggested again today, a 60-year lifespan, or could it have, in fact, an 80 or 90-year lifespan?
Your Worship, to Councillor Kelly, like any facility, as long as you keep reinvesting in it, its life continues.
So there is no reason to say it's got a 50-year or a 60-year lifespan at this particular juncture?
Not from a structural or piece, it becomes fit for function is what.
Fit for function is the key word, and it's fit for function for now and for foreseeable future. Thank you. Reference to CCAN container fire hall, I find objectionable. That phrase is not what the drawing showed. It was also briefly referenced by the fire chief a couple meetings ago as well. It's derogatory. It absolutely in no way matches what would be built there that would be scalable. And in no way, shape, or form, I mean, honestly, in no way, shape, or form is anybody talking about trucking in flipping sea cans. That is objectionable. Let's talk about data for a fire hall for a second. I have always believed that the data, now that in the computer age we have access to more data than society's ever had before, that good companies, and by extrapolation, good municipalities, good organizations will use that data and mine data to enable them to make efficient and effective decisions. So when it comes to a fire hall, and I know the fire department does a lot of other things with their time and their machinery, and I get it and I understand it, and I firmly believe that's what you're here for. But the 10-minute response is a 10-minute response for fires. That is the safety code issue that we're dealing with, the immediate need for a fire hall. If it is the opinion of the person making the decision that, and I believe this to be true, so let me tell you it's my opinion, that the first goal of a fire department and the community's desire to have a fire department is to save lives. The second goal would be to save property. Let's talk about saving lives for a second. The fire chief has explained to council on at least 2 times that I've witnessed, that residential fires flash within 4 to 5 minutes. Let's call it 6. Let's even call it 7. But understand that that's the time from the time this fire actually started. Most fires don't get noticed until they reach a significant size. And if in fact the fire starts at night when everybody's asleep, it would truly be a significant size before it got reported. So a 10-minute response time from a fire that's already been in existence for many minutes doesn't enable the fire department to get to your house fast enough to save a life. It just doesn't. That's a fact. It is a simple fact. Lives get saved in houses because they have some working smoke detectors, and every resident of the household understands their role if in fact a fire does start. The incidence of fire and death from fire, according to the NAFTA report that we all looked at and saw, has actually dropped by much more than 50% over the last 50 years. And then NAFTA also, about a month ago, had their National Home Fire Sprinkler Week, because they understand and they reported quite clearly that installing a sprinkler system in a residential building saves a lot of lives. So the combination of a working smoke detector, fire-resistant siding on all of our houses, because we have started to build them closer, and there's no end in sight for that. And then on top of that, sprinkler systems would save more lives, and I mean no offense when I say this, more lives and more property than any fire hall could ever hope to accommodate. Fire services have become very expensive. It's just the way it is. It's a fact of life, which should cause municipalities to reconsider how it is we choose to save lives and save property, and actually look at some options. And this council hasn't, which is unfortunate, because I do think that there's some policy changes that we could do to encourage the use of fire sprinklers in homes. One of the council speakers referenced the number of multi-story apartment buildings or condo-style buildings that we have in Fort Saskatchewan. It is a fact that all of those buildings now have to have built-in sprinkler systems. It is a fact that if a fire starts in one of those buildings, the likelihood of dying in it is remote because it has a sprinkler system. It's that simple. And you don't hear very often in the news about people dying in apartment fires. Why? I mean, they happen, no question, they do happen, but people don't die in them because they're sprinklered. And if, in fact, there is an unfortunate incident, it's always in one that was built pre-sprinkler code. So my point in all of this is that I'm not against having the right fire hall. In fact, I do think that we need to have the right facility there. A $10 million facility is not a CCAN fire hall. I actually find that an objectionable reference, I really do. It's based on nothing, and it's meant to conjure an image that is simply not accurate. I think we should take some time and consider our options on how we plan as a council to protect our citizens, save lives, and save property. And I'm not convinced at all that a $27 million or a $26 million fire hall accomplishes that. I am open, though, to having the discussion and looking at the data and reaching the proper conclusion. We haven't done that. And to make the decision before we have that conversation is premature and is based on faith and an assumption that the traditional way is the best way. And I am not at all convinced that it is. And I mean no offense to anybody. It's just what it is. So do you think there's more room for discussion? And I honestly believe that we do our citizens a disservice by making the decision today. I firmly believe that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris, you're up on round two.
I guess I would strenuously disagree with Councillor Kelly on that. As I said in the comments earlier, this is about building the new main fire hall in the middle of the community that can address the needs of the community now and well into the future as it grows. I think the opportunity to reprogram the existing fire hall, which is unfortunately not in the middle of the community now or in the future, needs to happen. If we make the decision, which I trust members of council, except Councillor Kelly, appear not to be supporting of. Councillor Abatoy, I don't know where you're coming from, and I appreciate your point of view. But I think this is about building for the future right now. Build it right, build it now, build it correctly. And I think that we have the capacity to afford it. Yeah, I'm concerned about debt as much as anybody else, but we've reached a watershed moment that we need to build the right facility right now. And right now is probably, as the mayor indicated, 2 to 3 years out. And so I trust that that we've had enough conversation and discussion. I was convinced right off the get-go, and that's why I've put that motion on the floor twice, because I have more than enough information, and I appreciate Councillor Nguyen bringing it forward for this discussion now. I don't believe we need to delay, because that's all what Councillor Kelly wants to do is delay this. We have enough information to make a decision. I do, and I believe most council do. At least 3 of us did to begin with, and I trust that there is a shift in opinion today, because we are building for the future now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Macon.
Thank you. Difficult decision today. I did read the bylaw on the referral motion, or the motion to reconsider this, and I did think that it made sense, because in my mind the new information was that the levy was being delayed, and I was satisfied with waiting until July 8th, but I didn't want to wait any longer than that, so I'm okay with this coming forward. I am concerned about the debt, I'm concerned about the cost, but I'm also hearing from the community that they want us to move forward with this project and make a decision. Being is that this council seems to have the positive vote for this motion, and that I expect it's going to go through. I would hope that as we move forward, both fire halls are considered through the planning stages. I'd like to see it not just considered the old fire hall, like that it is an actively and efficiently used building, and whatever means that we have to ensure its use moving forward would be important. I'm also still very concerned about the training tower. When that comes back in the design concept, I certainly hope that it's not going to come back at the $1.5 million that is in our is in the budget. I know that many members of council have provided feedback on that. I am having a hard time with a stack of sea cans. I know that there's other equipment that goes with it too, but just having a hard time understanding where that cost comes from. So looks like I'm perhaps the last one to speak, so I guess we'll call the question pretty quick here, and looks like we'll be planning a fire hall.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to Councillor Nguyen to close on your motion.
Yeah, thank you, and I do appreciate all the discussion that has happened thus far from every member of council. But this hasn't been a simple or straightforward process to get to this point, and it's certainly not an easy decision. The current reality of mill rates in Fort Saskatchewan is it's one of the lowest in the region, and this is something that I fully intended to safeguard when I ran for a position on council. Having said that, our rate of growth requires future amenities, whether that be recreation, as we've overwhelmingly received support from the from all residents, and to build an aquatics facility. And the fire hall is no different in my mind. As Councillor Harris mentioned, we have 2 watershed area structure plans that are both in the process of getting finalized, and that happened quite quickly. On the flip side, I think if we said we didn't want to raise mill rates in Fort Saskatchewan, we'd effectively have to subdue or eliminate growth, which is not a possibility. We've seen with an aquatics facility cost escalation from and there's others on council that would know better than me, but I believe the project in 2002 for an addition at the DCC was around 25 million, and today, 20 years later, it's 75 million, albeit with a few more features. This is a very big decision. I did a significant amount of research, reflection, and reading to come to this point. And I do believe it is in the best interest, and the decision to go ahead with this hall will have many more benefits than not of doing it now instead of waiting and doing expansions for those type of options that we've considered and been presented. So I thank our fire chief for the work that you've done to get us to this point. This is certainly a philosophical discussion, and there is an ethical and moral responsibility of all of us here on council to do what's best for residents in Fort Saskatchewan, and each one of us has been entrusted with that based on what our voters said, having the 7 of us here. And this is a very large decision, and I'm very happy to support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. And the motion passes 6-1. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, the next item that we have, turning the page. Do you want a 5-minute break? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. 1:31.
You knew it was coming.
You didn't do that. Yes.
Okay, we will proceed with the next items that we have. We are going on. Okay, we're back live. We are going on to bylaw C8-25. Mr. Kaiser.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Andrew Kaiser and I'm the city's Director of Legislative Services. I am pleased to present for your consideration Meeting Procedures Bylaw C8-25, which would repeal and replace the current bylaw C29-22. As set out in the preamble of the bylaw, a Meeting Procedures Bylaw establishes the rules on how council and council committee meetings are conducted as authorized by the Municipal Government Act. And as you are all quite familiar with the current Meeting Procedures Bylaw, my presentation will focus on what has changed from the 2022 Procedures Bylaw to today's. And nearly all of these changes can be categorized as changes to better align with legislation, primarily the Municipal Government Act, clarification on public participation in council and committee meetings, enhancing the advisory role of the Committee of the Whole, as well as minor changes to help with the interpretation and readability of the bylaw. So nearly all of the changes to better align with legislation were actually to remove content from the bylaw. There were many provisions regarding special council meetings, voting abstentions, pecuniary interest, among others, that were a duplication of the content of the Municipal Government Act. The previous bylaw included these as a reference, but maintaining duplicated content carries the risk of misalignment with future legislative amendments. Second, the bylaw provides greater clarity on public participation, including more defined rules around speaking time for delegations, and it also clarifies how individuals can attend and participate in meetings via electronic means. And lastly, there are some amendments that aim to enhance the role and function of the Committee of the Whole meetings. As you are aware, these meetings are intended to facilitate less formal and open dialogue between members. The bylaw proposes no changes in that regard, but it will now more clearly permit committee to function as an advisory body to council, with the ability to refer items to council with recommendations when deemed appropriate. So, for example, council will regularly refer items back to administration for further information or analysis. But as a referral is a procedural decision, it is also appropriate for the Committee of the Whole to make a referral motion. And since council is a distinct body to which matters can be referred, the Committee of the Whole may make a motion to refer a matter to council with a recommendation. This clarification is intended to help council and Committee of the Whole use their time more effectively and expedite matters that already have majority support. And so with that, administration recommends that council give 3 readings to bylaw C8-25 as presented, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll open it up for questions. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. I was just scrolling through it because I have a few. Okay, I'll start with, so 9.3 references taking a roll call, but I've never seen that, like when it references for participating video attendees, and I've never actually seen us do that. So I'm just wondering if that is accurate or when that would actually be used.
Through your worship to Councillor Macon, a roll call is essentially just calling upon each member to announce their presence. So we do kind of do it in a informal way. And this doesn't really introduce any additional formality. It's just kind of reflecting what we already do, in that the chair calls upon the member who's participating virtually, and then they kind of turn their camera on and announce themselves or indicate that they're present. So it would be a reflection of what we're currently doing.
Okay. So like when we say that though, like Mayor Catcher, please correct me if I'm wrong. We don't actually call on them to say, you just kind of check that they're on the camera?
So I checked that who's present on the website. Previously, I had been noting who was online because we are on camera.
Right.
And then I was requested not to do that. So then I stopped doing that. So.
Okay. So as long as we think that we're following through with what we have in here. Sort of scrolling through the document. 14.2, the chair shall at their sole discretion determine the manner in which the delegations and presentations portion of the meeting are conducted, subject to any applicable rules in this bylaw. And I'm just wondering if you could provide a little bit more information on that. What kind of situation might this be referring to, where she or he would have to, I guess, change the manner in which we're operating?
Sure. So through your worship to Councillor Macon, I think it's important to note the Municipal Government Act entitles members of the public to be present at meetings and to observe council decisions in person. But there is no right, technically under law, for members of the public to speak before council. And so this section was added to just further clarify that it is at the sole discretion of the chair that delegations be allowed to proceed. So there is the mechanism under the bylaw to say people are granted 5 minutes to speak to an item on the agenda. But if the chair at their sole discretion determines that the meeting is going off the rails, so to speak, or that the delegations are borderline inappropriate, they can end the delegations portion of the meeting. Or if it's their decision to extend the delegations speaking, then obviously they would look to suspend or waive the provisions of the bylaw. But that's just to reiterate that the chair presides over the meeting, especially in respect to delegations.
Okay. And would that also then give the chair the opportunity to allow somebody to have more time to speak if there was a situation where that might be appropriate? Or is it just about whether they speak or not?
Through your worship to Councillor Macon, it's more whether they're allowed to speak or not.
Okay.
If there was going to be a change to the duration of delegations, so if they said for the duration of this meeting, we're going to allow all delegations to speak for 10 minutes, then that would actually be a motion to suspend or waive the rules.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's mainly in the regard of whether or not delegations proceed.
Okay, thank you.
You're good? Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Let's talk about your proposed changes for renewal motions, because how it's so fresh on my mind. 27.11.2. The renewal of a motion permits any member, this is a proposed change, permits any member to present a defeated motion to council if new information or conditions exist. What in your mind is new information or conditions? Because today there seemed to be a bit of confusion, at least in my mind.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, it depends. I would say if there was some sort of public engagement initiative that administration held and wasn't necessarily orchestrated by...
Let me give you a hypothetical example, Andrew.
Sure.
Okay. Somebody, let's say hypothetically the city manager says, we think we can have the report done for October 20 meeting, but there's no guarantee, it might be delayed. Would the notice of delay for 2 months be new information because it was never guaranteed for that particular meeting? Would that be considered new information?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, potentially.
Potentially?
Well, it would be a ruling of the chair and ultimately council, a decision, but there's no, we of course,
Okay,
I maybe shouldn't hold this up because it's an old version.
I know I put you on the spot. Let me stop you there. What is the purpose of these rules in this particular situation?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, the parameters around when it's appropriate to renew a matter that council has disposed of is to, I suppose, prevent council from repeat discussions on a same or similar matter that has already been effectively decided on. So it's to essentially, elected officials are appointed to make decisions. And if decisions are made in one respect or another, council ideally shouldn't be revisiting those decisions unless, and there are three parameters by which something can be renewed, but it would be new information or conditions exist, as you stated. 1 year has passed, so time, we're in the next season of the next year, or an election takes place, because obviously there's been a changeover in council. So that's ideally the states in which something can be renewed.
Quite frankly, I like the changes. I think it's much more obvious and clear than the version that we just dealt with. I would agree with you. There should be some limits on when or how disgruntled councillors can bring back motions that have been effectively dealt with. And
Okay, we're not debating it right now.
I'm getting to my question. Thank you very much, so Mayor Katcher, for the reminder. Would you concur that if in fact council seemed to change its mind on a regular basis, that could lead to a public perception that might be less than positive for that particular council?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, that is an interesting question. I am not really a political analyst, but I could see how a perception could be formed, and I dare not say any more.
I think you're absolutely correct, and I concur. Otherwise, I'm going to vote in favor when the motion's made. Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, thank you. Go on to round two. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. 15.6 is not an amendment, but I just wanted to ask, it says that the submissions from the public will be taken by noon on the business day prior to the public hearing. It's my recollection, though, that we have often got emails with updates of submissions the day of in the morning. So is that your recollection too, that we have accepted them past this point? And I guess why do we accept them if that is in this policy? Because sometimes council misses them when they come in that late.
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Macon, I'm not sure if that was the time at which they were received or the time at which we circulated them. So maybe
fair.
they were collected before the cutoff, but they weren't circulated until a few hours prior to the meeting, which obviously isn't ideal.
Okay.
But yeah, the cutoff is noon the business day prior.
Okay, that's fair. It definitely could have come in before that. Number 19, under the chair, in the absence or inability of the mayor and deputy mayor, a chair to preside over the meeting shall be appointed by those members present by way of resolution. And then you have a footnote there, recommended that council or committee of the whole simply appoint a member. I think typically what we've done is go with the deputy mayor rotation when we're doing that. Is that something that we should, would it make sense to have that as our policy, to use the deputy mayor rotation, or to stop any disagreement or anything like that from happening? Or is it satisfactory? I guess members of council could weigh in if they wanted.
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Macon, it did previously say that it would be the deputy mayor rotation would be the point of reference. And we had external legal counsel review this bylaw just to ensure everything was reflecting best practice. And they actually recommended that we don't rely on a document that isn't really publicly available and is subject to change. They said that it's just best to simply appoint someone by resolution, and it can be, we can still use the deputy mayor rotation as our point of reference for that decision, but it should be a decision of council to officially appoint them as chair.
Okay. Mayor Katcher, I have one more. Can I just finish off? Would you mind? Okay, thank you. 27.1.4, a motion without notice or that is not contained within a report, so long as it is germane to the matter before council or the council committee and is made in accordance with the provisions of the bylaw. I apologize. I circled it and I wrote a word and now I don't know what I was going to ask about it. So I'm sorry. We'll just have to move on. I can't remember my question on that. Yeah,
Okay.
sorry. Thanks.
And that one I think we are already doing if it is germane to the topic that we are speaking to. So if it is germane, it has been provided for.
Yeah, to your worship or through your worship to Councillor Macon. Those subsections are all new additions, but they do reflect current practice and what would be appropriate when a matter is before council. So it's just a bit of clarity for councillors.
Okay. Councillor Blizzard.
I'm just ready to make the motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I make a motion that council give first reading to bylaw C8-25 to regulate the conduct of business for council and council committee meetings. And in speaking to that, I think this is a good, solid document. It is good to avoid the duplications so that if the MGA does get changed, we won't have to be scrambling to change ours to match. We'll just refer to the section of the MGA that whatever rule pertains to. And this is just a good update.
Okay, thank you. The motion is on the floor. It's accepted. It's open for discussion and debate. Okay, not seeing anything on close. You're good. The motion for first reading is now closed. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. You may proceed.
I make a motion that council give second reading to bylaw C8-25 to regulate the conduct of business for council and council committee meetings.
Thank you. Anything further? No. It's open for discussion and debate. Not seeing or hearing any. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. You may present it for unanimous consent.
I make a motion that council provide unanimous consent to proceed with the third and final reading of bylaw C8-25 to regulate the conduct of business for council and council committee meetings.
Thank you. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. You may proceed.
I make a motion that council give third reading to bylaw C8-25 to regulate the conduct of business for council and council committee meetings.
Okay, thank you. It's open for discussion and debate. Not hearing any. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Kaiser. The next one you bring forward to us should be more interesting. Okay, the next one we have is 6.2, bylaw C1525, Roseburn redistricting for first reading.
All right. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. So my name is Scott Purridge. I'm a planner here with the City of Fort Saskatchewan, and I'm here with Shri Shindy to present a brief summary of bylaw C15-25 to amend the land use bylaw in order to introduce a new special district and to redistrict lands within the Roseburn area. So for the outline of the presentation, I'll start with a brief overview of the location. Next, what the proposed amendment entails, information about the area that is being redistricted, and the new proposed special district. Then we'll discuss administration support, and finally we'll talk about the public hearing communication process. So to begin, on April 7th, 2025, Alterra, on behalf of Strata Roseburn General Partner, applied to amend the land use bylaw to introduce a new special district and to redistrict lands. The amendment area is located within the Roseburn community on the part of the quarter section northeast, 185422 west of the 4th Meridian. This is located south of South Ridge Boulevard and west of 92nd Street. The purpose of this application is to redistrict lands for residential development, a stormwater management facility, and a community park space. So this amendment proposes the introduction of a new special district called Northeast Roseburn Residential Special District, or NRRS for short. The applicant is proposing this special district in order to include diverse housing options, including traditional single-detached, semi-detached, townhomes, and shallow lot high density housing with separate upper and lower units in the form of duplexes and multi-attached housing. So further, this amendment will redistrict land to the new NRRS district, and additionally lands will be redistricted to the PR district, or the Parks and Recreation district, and to the PU district, the Public Utilities district, to accommodate the community park and the stormwater management facility. So this application proposes a new special district, which limits the application of the district to a specific area. In this case, the NRRS district will only apply to the Roseburn area. The NRRS district proposed a variety of housing types as identified by the Roseburn ASP and NSP, the Area Structure Plan and Neighborhood Structure Plan. This includes the single detached housing, including 0 lot lines, semi-detached housing, duplexes, and multi-attached housing. So the single detached and semi-detached housing, which you can see on the map above in tan, yellow, and orange. So you can see the tan here, the yellow in these areas here, and the orange for the semi-detached here. This is largely comparable to the RC, or the Comprehensively Planned Residential District. 0 lot lines are also proposed within this district, within the dark yellow, which you can see here, the 0 lot lines, and will be limited to the areas shown on the map. This district allows for townhouses on 28-meter depth lots in pink, so the townhouse is here, here, and here. Similar to the FRSO district, or the Forest Ridge Street-Oriented District. And finally, it introduces a shallow lot high density residential, which allows for duplexes and multi-attached housing that ranges from 22 to 28 meters site depth, and that can be identified here in the northeast corner for the purple area. So regarding conformance with other planning documents, this amendment complies with the MDP, the Roseburn ASP, and the proposed Northeast Roseburn NSP. Please note that the NSP will be in front of Council for 2nd and 3rd reading and public hearing soon. And based on the details of the proposed district, administration supports the amendment application due to conformance with the policies of the MDP, the Roseburn ASP, and the Roseburn NSP. The proposed special district demonstrates and aligns with the MDP policies through overall layout, housing diversity, street-oriented development, and through affordable, inclusive, and housing diversity for all residents. The proposed special district also aligns with the Roseburn ASP and NSP by providing a variety of lot sizes, housing forms which provide choice for residents in the community and are comparable with the existing and proposed surrounding development. So should Council give first reading to the bylaw, a public hearing will be advertised in the Fort Saskatchewan Record for 2 consecutive weeks. Landowners within 100 meters of the proposed redistricting area will be mailed a notice. A copy of the proposed bylaw will be made available on the city's website, and it will be posted to the city's social media pages. The target date for the public hearing is July 8th, 2025. So it is being recommended that Council give first reading to bylaw C-15-25 and further that a public hearing be scheduled. And with that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it up for questions right now. Councillor Harris, you're first. Second.
Page 3 of your report, Figure 1, Appendix 2, housing types within the NRRS district. And in the legend, it has a blue dotted hash thing that says the Northeast Roseburn NSP boundary. There are two of those lines on the north and the east side of the subdivision. If you go a little bit further onto the next map, on page 5, you will see that the entire area, the Roseburn area, is encapsulated with that NSP boundary. So on the map that I first raised the question about, if there aren't two other boundary lines, it's a nullity. It doesn't exist. It's not a complete area. You haven't drawn it out effectively, or the consultant has not drawn it out effectively, in my opinion. If this map that you had up there is the whole area, then it needs to have two other areas to enclose an entire geographic area. Would you agree with that statement or not? And if not, why?
Through your worship, so I would agree with that. However, I would note that this the map shown previously and the one that you've noted for the boundary not encompassing the entire northeast quarter section there, that is an attachment to the district. The actual NSP map that you noted on page 5, that is the map that's attached to the NSP. So,
well, I'm drawing an umbrage with this particular map, that it should show exactly the area under which an NRRS district is, and that doesn't define it adequately. Yes, map 5 does, but this does not. And now I'm splitting hairs, I realize that, but somebody should be able to look at any map and say, within the context of the legend of that map, what is it telling me? And this is telling me that it is not a complete boundary of that particular area. So that's what I'm trying to understand. And you're telling me that that's okay, you're okay with that.
Ms. Shindy?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, that is correct. The earlier map is a zoomed in version and portion of the northeast quarter section. The applicant at this point in time only applying the NRRS district to the portion of the northeast quarter section and not the entire quarter section. So the NSP details just show us where generally low density, medium density, higher density node locations would be, but at this point in time, they are only redistricting approximately 1/3 of the northeast quarter section, and that's what the redistricting map shows.
Well, I guess I'm suggesting that it should be closed so that it ultimately does define a geography. So that's what my question was about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blissard.
Thanks. I'm never against first reading, but I do have some concerns, so just questions maybe to clarify. Parking's always an issue. When we get some of these redistrictings, and I know we're all trying to densify, everyone's supposed to ride the bus, but in reality it doesn't happen. So are we looked at snow storage that is in location? Because people are always concerned about taxes going up, and hauling snow is expensive. So is there room for snow being stored, or are people going to be struggling? Where am I going to park because there's snow hills in the winter, which is 5 months of the year?
Mm-hmm. Through your worship, so we have circulated this to Public Works, Operations, Engineering, and they've all had the opportunity to take a look at the ASP, NSP, and this redistricting and rezoning. And the the NRRS district as well. So we have gone through works discussions with them. However, I would also note that at the time of subdivision, this is also another opportunity for us to work with operations at a finer detail level as to identifying exactly where snow storage and those kind of details will be dealt with. However, we have worked with them at this point and they are comfortable with moving forward with this.
As long as the comfort isn't hauling snow, because I think it's important that we need to have spot to leave snow in place and avoid the costs that can be avoided. Same with street parking. When we have these ones in a townhouse, do they have minimum parking requirements, or is it like one car between 3 places?
Yes, through your worship, yes. So the majority of this area has the maintained 2 parking requirements. I know, as an example, they have. We talked about the reduced lot depth for the 28-meter townhousing. Even with that reduced lot depth, they still have the same parking requirements as our standard issue depths throughout the land use bylaw. I would note that within the sorry, I will jump back here. I would note within the high density shallow lot area here, the lane accessed areas portions are down to 1 parking stall, but this similar product has been approved previously along Greenfield Link, and we are in support of this application, though.
So in that dense area, I guess this is tied in because otherwise this would be another question, but in that dense area then, are basement suites not allowed?
This area, they are listed as a permitted use, I believe, under the proposed district, and so they would be. But it wouldn't be allowed within the high density area because it's a separate unit on top and a separate unit below, right? If I can, jump to a map here, or just a very crude drawing, it just indicates that you would have unit 1 and 2 within the same building. This is the multi-attached housing. Okay. And then you would have unit 3 and 4 here.
And each one would have a parking stall then?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. That's it, but I will be back.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
For the units that you have on display currently, is there any provision for or plan to have something like a homeowner's agreement that arbitrates or determines how future repairs and or refurbishments to the building will be finalized, financed, and how they will be done?
Through your worship, there's nothing in the proposed district regarding that. That would be outside of the land use bylaw, any sort of agreements, if it was put on title or anything like that as a caveat, but not through this district, no.
Okay, well, who's responsible for saying that something like that must be put on the title so that it happens? Whose responsibility is that?
Through your worship, that could be done by the developer when they subdivide or build out the area and are selling the lots, or even afterwards if the landowners wanted to come to some sort of agreement outside of that.
Could it also be done as part of our land use bylaw that says if you want to build a building like that, this is how you're going to register the title?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, we can definitely bring more information on this, but at the top of my head, I'm thinking this wouldn't be any different than a semi-detached house where you share the walls.
I'm sorry, I missed the last sentence or two.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, at the top of my head, I'm thinking this wouldn't be a different situation than a semi-detached house where you are still sharing a wall in between. So we'll bring back some information if that is something needed to be done. For the access, because the access to these units are through the side yards, there would be something on the title that allows for the mutual access to the side yards. But for the building, I'll have to check.
Understand that it's not the access I asked about. It's okay. I'm going to talk about it after the motion is in place. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Blissard on round 2.
Yeah, I've got a few more questions. So actually following this up, that's an interesting a point because, you know, when you have a duplex, you have this side, that's my roof. We have this side, there's my roof, my driveway. But in this case, if unit 1 is under the roof, are they then in charge of repairing the roof? And if they choose not to, now it's leaking, is unit 2 have the power to say, like they're really, it should almost be like a mini condo type of agreement. So I can see the validity in asking for something like this. Same with, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4. They all have a shared roof. I'm not familiar with this. If this is all individual ownership, but it's not a condo, actually that's like a fourplex. It almost should have condo rules.
Question?
Well, what can happen? Is this something that we should look at?
Yeah, through your worship, yes. So, kind of as noted previously, typically what happens is a party wall agreement or something like that would be put in place when the developer builds and stuff. So that would be something that the developer usually puts on title. Okay. But in terms of addressing it through the land use bylaw, that's something I'd have to get back to you about.
Oh, okay, but I'm assuming the developer's probably listening, and then he'll come back and talk to us when we get to the second reading. You know, the other thing I noticed was, so we had the, and I'm get my, the MDP came forward, and then the ASP came forward. Now we're into, I guess, as you'd call this neighborhood structure plan, right? Is this quicker than normal? It just seems, is it being rushed?
Through your worship, so the reason we're doing this just clarification, I guess, to start, this is the rezoning, redistricting. The reason we're doing it in this fashion is in order for time efficiency, to allow for utilization of the building season. But I would also note that even if this does get first reading, the NSP comes for second and third reading, and if that gets defeated, this would no longer proceed. This redistricting would no longer proceed.
Okay, because it seems to me in that Pineview area we haven't done neighborhood structure plan, have we? No. Okay, this is going very fast, and I think I have a couple more. Nobody's
There's
on.
nobody on, yeah.
All right, so. Does this area now, because it's being rushed and we haven't quite decided, are they going to pay the new offsite levies that will include purchases towards the new fire hall, rec centers, whatever we need? Are they paying the higher levies?
So through your worship, my understanding is that at this time we would address them through the development agreements, through the initial stages when the offsite levy hasn't been updated. We would capture it through the development agreement, but eventually as that comes into place, the future phases would be captured in that. So
a phase that starts right now would not, if I buy a house there or a lot, I wouldn't pay the new levies?
Through your worship, so we would attempt to capture that levy on the development agreement. So just for in terms of phasing, if this gets approved, it gets subdivided, they come in for a development permit application. So the development agreement is then kind of put into place, and within that agreement, we would have the additional conditions for offsite levy.
Okay, so because otherwise I'm not sure I would be for this yet. And I have one more question. In 6.25.13, I'm not going to dig it out, but I made a note of that. It mentions 3-story townhouses. Now, where would they go in this?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Well, in 6.25.13, I think is what I made a note. So somewhere in the readings, it mentions for this area 3-story townhouses. When you mention 3-story, I'm assuming that's above ground, right? So maybe a garage on the main floor. Whereabouts is that?
Sorry, so I believe that would be in reference to kind of your pink areas here. So it could be located within these areas.
Those could be 3-story. Okay, I get concerned when they back onto single family because you're now staring into someone else's backyard from quite a height. So privacy can be an issue, but I guess I just wanted to mention that.
Okay, you're good?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, just piqued my interest on, or curiosity rather, on perhaps construction timelines in this area. So right now we're looking at, as Councillor Blizzard mentioned, kind of an accelerated process here, paper-wise. I know there's been stripping done there. Is the developer planning to service this area this construction season?
Through your worship, I believe so. I would have to discuss the exact details with the developer and get back to you on that.
Fair enough, because it looks like that's what's about to happen if this goes through after public hearing and for 3 readings, and then we'll probably see homes here starting May 1st, 2026. But yeah, I'm just curious kind of what the timelines are looking like as of right now with the other developments that we have underway. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, round 2, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Page 4 of your report, table 3, it compares site widths and depths, NRRS versus RC. I remember first seeing a 6.1 meter site depth and was astounded at how narrow that actually would be in real life. Now you're proposing 4.2 to 5.5?
Through your worship, yes, that's correct.
4.2 is what, 13, 14 feet?
About that, I believe, sorry.
In your estimation, how much smaller are these likely to go? How much smaller are you prepared to bring to council? Let me put it that way.
Through your worship, sorry, just for clarification, so how much smaller, less than what we're proposing currently?
Exactly. Where's your comfort limit? Do you have one? Have you given that any thought?
Ms. Shindy.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I think these are the narrowest we have been considering. In FRSO districts of Forest Ridge District, we did approve, I believe, 3.6 meter, which are 12 feet wide. But SLDR, which is in South Point, they are 4.2 and above. So those seem to be the townhouse sizes that are being built in the region lately.
Can I take that as a guarantee?
Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, the building trends always change, and we have to look at the housing form that comes in front of us and look at their pros and cons and whether they really impact the servicing and those kinds of things.
Okay, I'm going to keep you on the hot seat for one more question. When you look at it as a professional and consider the pros and cons, you're comfortable with a 3.5 meter wide building pocket? Just a question.
As a professional, not my personal choice, I do see there are different types of households in our communities, different affordability points, different needs. So I appreciate when there is a diversity and those choices are there. So that would be my, and not that every house is built to that narrowest width. So if there is a mix and it meets some households' need, then yes.
Thank you.
Okay, you're good. Okay, Councillor Nguyen, round 2.
One last question following what's just been requested. Every time that we've seen NSP's redistricting, it seems like the trend is we're getting smaller and smaller and smaller frontage. And philosophically, I mean, the housing demand in Fort Saskatchewan right now is such that people are going to buy whatever is made. That looks like the reality because the demand is there. But from a planning perspective, how much input or does your department really have when it comes to this is a proposal done by a developer and you're more or less looking at the big picture, not well, you are looking at the housing type as well, but how do you feel the direction is going with our land use bylaw that I think you're both involved and aware of?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, I'll try to answer this question as best as I could, but it's the whole process. Like we started this since the 2017 when we did the citywide public engagements and people told us what their different aspirations and different preferences for housing, recreation, everything was. We created the municipal development plan that speaks to the diversity and housing choices. And we have to maintain the good services that we provide to the, so it's a balancing act. We try to meet our high level goals without compromising the quality of life as much as possible. So that's the approach we take.
I appreciate that, and thanks for the answer. And it is always curious to see what iterations of housing products are coming. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Harris.
Madam Mayor, I don't see any more questions. I'd be prepared to put the motion on the floor.
All right, go ahead.
I would move that Council get first reading of bylaw C15-25 to amend land use bylaw C23-20 by the conditions A, B, C, D, and that further that a public hearing be scheduled for July the 8th, 2025.
Okay, thank you. I'll accept that motion. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, I think first reading, there are some good questions, and I think administration heard from council relative to some of our general areas of concern and interest. And obviously, I think when the developer attends the public hearing on July the 8th, these are good questions that we can pose to him relative to their development.
Okay, thank you. Motion is open for discussion and debate. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. We had some questions regarding the potential for some sort of home ownership agreement or maybe even condominium type agreement for those multi-story stacked buildings that you're proposing. I would ask, and if you need a council motion, let me know, that you get information back to council ASAP on that. I struggle to imagine how this can play out in a positive way 20 or 30 years down the road when those stacked units require significant maintenance or repair. And if you end up with 4 owners or 6 owners arguing, and it just takes one to create a schmozzle, what happens to the property? I see it devolving into the odd one. I'm sure will work out just fine, but I honestly believe those will be in the minority. And I see it devolving to an issue where it becomes a problem for the community. The buildings aren't looked after. It becomes a community issue which spills over and eventually becomes a problem area for the community. Buildings that aren't maintained become slums, and I'm not into building slums. So I would really like to have some sort of idea on what protections we can put in for the future homeowners. And buyer beware, I understand the concept, but I think in real life it doesn't necessarily work really well because you get blinded by the new kitchen or the new shiny headlights on the car and you don't think to do your homework, and it's not till 4 or 5 years later that the realities finally hit home of what you're involved in. So I think that's critical for these. I really do. I'm not happy with them otherwise. I can't support them otherwise. So first reading, yes, but need some answers on that one. Thank you.
So I can just take that away as an information request. Okay. Councillor Blizzard on discussion and debate.
I'm just going to reiterate what he just said. My daughter lived in a 4-plex and they had, I don't know, there was another building, whether there's a minimum number of that, but certainly when you have shared roof that is set up the way it looks like they may be, there should be something in there that we can, and I'm speaking to you guys, but maybe it's ultimately the developer needs to tell us that they're going to do something. There should be something like a strata agreement or something in place that they all chip in, put money aside for that eventual update that needs to happen on common property, because they're also, even if they have separate entrances, there will be probably some shared grass or something. So just something that we should be taking care of at this stage.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon.
I'll support the motion. To the comments that have been made about the strata agreements, I don't see how that's us staying in our lane. I don't think that has anything to do with the municipality. There's lots of different buildings and shared duplexes, shared triplexes, quadplexes all over town. They do not become the city's problem when they are not maintained. Like these types of housing, they occur everywhere in every municipality, and they're not the municipality's problem. So I failed to see why that would be a consideration for us, maybe the developer, but certainly not the municipality.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to make a comment on that as well. When West Park was developed and River Glen and these other places were developed, the developer had caveats on the properties. You could only have one driveway in. Certain ones had to have cedar shakes, and they had all of these conditions. And then 30 years later, when somebody comes to us and says, well, they're not putting shingles on anymore, there is nobody to go back to. So, even putting caveats on properties, it becomes very difficult. But that's where we run into at least in the areas that I'm in right now. So I have to agree. I'm not sure it's our lane, but it's a good question to have answered. And I think the developer can shine some light on that at the public hearing. So I'm okay with that. Councillor Kelly?
I agree. I find it unfortunate that I have to think about this sort of stuff, but I do try to think for the benefit of the community 25 and 30 years out. And once these things are in place, if they're not done right the first time, the problem never goes away. And if the building isn't maintained properly, it becomes an issue. And that's the only point. I think we need to get a grip or a handle on this before we proceed down this road. So appreciate it. Get us information, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to Councillor Harris for close.
Nothing further. I think we've touched on some good conversation this afternoon, and I'm sure that the developer will come back ready to provide answers.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is now closed for first reading. Please cast your vote. That is carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next one we're going to is bylaw C-1925 for 3 readings, the administrative banking bylaw. Clayton Northey, welcome back.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning or good afternoon, members, Your Worship, members of Council. I'm Clayton Northey, the Manager of Accounting and Reporting for the City, and I'm here today to request that Council adopt the proposed Bank Administration Bylaw C-19-25, which will repeal and replace Bylaw C-24-18. The new bylaw incorporates certain language requested by the city's new financial institution, Bank of Montreal. Following Council's March 25th decision to designate Bank of Montreal as the city's financial institution for general banking purposes, the city, Bank BMO requested that certain wording be added to our bylaw that provides greater clarity regarding specific authorities delegated to authorized persons or bank officers. The proposed bylaw contains a few changes that both incorporates that information and then some consequential amendments related thereto. It provides greater expanded and clarified authority structure related to authorized persons framework, eliminating the concept of a banking officer. It further increases clarity regarding dual authorization of specific authorities within the broader scope. It provides a greater scope of explicitity authorized by a broader scope of explicitly authorized actions, and it removes the schedule of financial institutions to make the bylaw more flexible. that last requirement is just that when we change banking institutions, rather than having to amend the bylaw every time by having a schedule in there, it removes it. Further details on these changes are identified in Appendix C of the report. Implications for this are that the proposed changes are consistent with the way the city already manages its banking relationships, and is not to have a significant impact on operations. There's no additional costs. It will allow for a smoother transition with Bank of Montreal, and it provides the greater detail does provide stronger internal controls when delegating authority for banking purposes. With that, administration is requesting that council give 3 ratings for bylaw C 19-25, and I'm here happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, you're first.
Thanks, Clayton. I asked for this to be pulled from the consent agenda. I did have one question. I'm looking at paragraph 3.4 or section 3.4, 2 small B, 2 I's. It starts out, are you there? It starts out, any money held by a financial institution. I've read that now 5 times, and I'm not sure what it means. Are you comfortable with the wording? Please read it.
Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, I will maybe I'll explain what the intent of this clause is. Essentially, what we want is any money that we put in with a financial institution like CIBC that is restricted for investment purposes only, when those funds mature, if we're not going to be reinvesting them, that we pull the money back into a general banking account that's been designated by council. The broader implication is that the financial, what we're trying to do here is to ensure that the discretion that's given to the city manager and the city treasurer can't be used to divert funds out of an approved, council-approved financial institution.
I'm not sure that paragraph says that, though. Are you?
What it's saying, and then I'll just read it out. Any money held by a financial institution that has been designated for investment purposes must be transferred to a financial institution designated by council for general banking purposes within 30 days of being deposited into the former, or deposited with that financial institution. It should be referring to the former financial institution. Is that your?
Well, I think money is designated for investment purposes till in fact it's not designated for investment purposes. So you might say, and this is just a suggestion, I don't craft this stuff for a living, you might say that when an investment matures, within 30 days it must be transferred to a designated operating account at a designated financial institution.
Okay.
You follow me? I think that's what you're driving at.
Yeah, that's exactly.
But I truly don't get that from that paragraph, and I've read it multiple times. You're talking about 2 financial institutions, but you don't distinguish between them either. If what I said makes sense, please give it some consideration.
That is exactly correct. How would we make that amendment?
Ms. Boucher?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Kelly. If it's acceptable, perhaps we can pass the bylaw as is and then do a subsequent motion to direct administration to look at that particular wording, and we could bring an amendment and put it on a consent agenda if there's an option to make it a little more clear. I just don't like to draft on the fly, and I also don't want to delay the bylaw if council could just simply pass a motion to direct us to look at that section.
I have no problem with that. I don't think this is consequential. but it's not at all clear what the heck the intent is, and I don't think that belongs there either. So I'm quite content with your suggestion that we pass it, but we need a motion then directing administration to bring back an amendment for that particular paragraph. That's
Yeah, to review that section and bring back an amendment for further clarity.
I'm very comfortable with that. You bet.
And we'll do that. We can do that after third reading. So, you want to put the motions on to get this going?
Geez, give me a second to get to them. I move that council give first reading to Bank Administration Bylaw C-19-25. And nothing further to add, Merk.
Thank you. It's open for discussion and debate. Anything further? Nothing on close?
Nothing on close. Call the question.
Close the motion. Please cast your vote. Okay, that is carried. Go ahead.
I'm switching between software here. Give me a second. There we go. I move that council gives second reading to Bank Administration Bylaw C-19-25.
Thank you. Anything on discussion and debate? Not seeing anything. Please cast your vote. Close the motion. Thank you, and that is carried. You can present it for unanimous consent.
You bet. I move the council give unanimous consent to proceed with third reading of Bank Administration Bylaws C-19-25.
Thank you. Anything on discussion and debate? Have to ask. Okay, not seeing any. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. Oh, that was unanimous. That's carried, and you can present it for third.
You bet. I move that council give third reading to Bank Administration Bylaws C-19-25.
Thank you. Anything further on discussion and debate? Okay, not seeing any. Close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. Ms. Boucher, were you drafting a motion for him? Do you need a quick break or? Okay.
While we're pausing, Mayor Katcher, could I speak to administration? Just on the drafting of the motion? We can do it after. I'm good with that too.
Okay, there you go.
I think that makes sense. I'll make the motion and offer a comment. That I move that bylaw C-19-25 be referred to administration for review of section 3.4, small b, small 2i's, and that an amendment for further clarification of that section be brought back to council as soon as possible.
Okay. Thank you. I'll accept that motion. You may speak to it.
Yeah, I think the intent is that the monies will be either designated for general use purposes and or investment. And that within 30 days of making a decision on whether or not it's an investment or general purpose, some action must be taken by administration, and vice versa. When it comes out of it investment, within 30 days, some action must be taken by administration. That's the intent, and I agree with that, by the way. So if we're good with that, any wording that gets us to there, I think would be perfectly fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The motion is open for discussion and debate. Not seeing any. Anything on close? You're good. Okay, Please cast your vote. The motion is closed. And that is carried. Okay, thank you very much. All right, we're moving right along. It's been a very long day already, so we'll get to a new notice of motions. So just before I go to you, it's okay, you can put your button on. Councillor Abatoye had to step out. She did have a notice of motion that she has submitted, but she didn't know she'd be here, so as the chair, I will read it in on her behalf. That by August 26, 2025, administration provide a report with option for relaunching the city's ambassador program as a way to recognize outstanding City of Fort Saskatchewan community groups, businesses, or individuals, and that report include details such as suggested nomination process, selection process, and award options, as well as cost implications for sustaining a program. So apparently that was submitted, so all right, Councillor Nguyen, these are just reading them in.
Thank you, Mayor. And so I'll read in one of two. The first one being at the July 8th, 2025 council meeting. I will move that council direct administration to amend the 2026 to 2035 10-year capital plan brought forward in budget deliberations by changing the start date for the Veterans Way Phase 1 project to 8003 from 2028 to 2026. And I just wanted to ask a quick question. Does this encompass the pedestrian underpass as well? I just caught that.
Through your worship, we've always considered those two projects to be linked together. You wouldn't do one without the other. So,
okay.
But I think if you and we'll clarify that when it comes back.
Okay.
Yeah,
and that's all right with me.
Did you have another one, or is that the?
And the second notice motion is that July 8th, 2025 council meeting. I'll move that administration include a budget recommendation in the 2026 budget document that directs a feasibility study be completed on developing an 18-hole golf course at West River's Edge.
Okay, those were submitted. Okay, are there any other notice of motions? Okay, I need you to push your button. So just push your, okay, Councillor Kelly.
Okay, my screen went, there it is. Okay, my apologies. I move that, so actually, let me start over. It has been a long day. At the July 8, 2025 council meeting, I will move the following. That the mayor, on behalf of council, send a letter to Councillor Abatoye to communicate that council believes that her use of the city's logo on certificates of recognition for the Pioneer House Club 50 and Legacy Jewelers, as detailed in her LinkedIn post of June 6, 25, was undertaken without the appropriate city authorization, and that council formally requests that Councillor Abatoye immediately stop using the city logo unless the use is authorized by the city, and that the mayor, on behalf of council, informs both the Pioneer House Club 50 and Legacy Jewelers that Councillor Abatoye was not authorized to use the city logo for the purpose of the certificates that she awarded them.
Okay, okay. Are there any other notice of motions? July 8th is getting busier and busier. Okay. All right, are there any points of interest? I'm just going to make a comment that once again, the weekend was incredibly busy. I didn't even get to make all of the events. Your culture staff did an amazing job with the Indigenous days, so pass on our thanks to them. That's a incredible amount of work, and we really appreciate the work that they're doing with Ellie from Dreamcatchers Gallery with the Hands of Healing. That is being really well received in the community, so good job. Okay, Councillor Blizzard.
I guess on that note, I'll also mention that the Fort Saskatchewan, I guess the official name is Food Gatherers Society, celebrated their 40th anniversary Sunday with an event in the park that was quite a success. They are a great benefit to our city, providing some food for people that struggle with their needs. So I just wanted to acknowledge them.
Okay, thank you. And our city is getting busier and busier. Unbelievable. Councillor inquiries of administration. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. Being as that there's lots of photos of the JRC that have been circulating, I've been getting inquiries from residents about the personalization of the building. If just curious if their administration or the rec department had considered any ways to add rangers, ringettes, whomever, logos or coloring in and around the JRC. So that inquiry came into me. So just an email back to council would be fine.
Your worship, we can do that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, inquiries.
Thank you. I don't need a quick response on this, but I think could have been during budget. I'm not sure. It's been months. Budget, I think. There was the proposal to extend transit to South Fort and Sienna. And as part of that discussion, I asked about the 4 passengers per loop as being the base minimum. And we did get a response back from administration that said, yeah, you know what, that's kind of old. We're going to look at it. But kind of look at it, and I'm paraphrasing, of course, but nonetheless, we'll look at it. I haven't heard back the outcome of that look at or examination. So if you've updated it at all, or if you haven't, I'd like you to, please, as per the original discussion. And if you have, could you provide council with the new sort of standard of service and the rationale for picking that particular number?
Okay.
Yeah, through worship, we can respond to that. I thought we did, but I could also just be not remembering correctly. So
there was a response, but it just simply said, at least the one I recall, it was that we're going to look at that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris, inquiries.
I've had a number of people ask.
Just a second. Go ahead.
I've had a number of people ask about the construction of the new bridge that crosses from near the Legends Golf Course to northeast Edmonton, as to when that bridge will actually be operational. We kind of chatted briefly with Christine from the River Valley Alliance because it's mainly their project. But can we get some indication as to when it will be officially open to allow riders to ride across into northeast Edmonton or back? And ultimately, when do they anticipate having the official opening ceremonies? Obviously not this year, I would imagine, but if so, when? And would people involved in that project be invited to that particular opening?
Okay. All right, that looks like all the questions. Okay, so that wraps that up. So now I need a motion to go in camera. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. I'll make the motion that we move in camera for reasons covered under FOIP.
Great. Thank you. Please cast your vote. Just a second, Ms. Bouger. Is that still the motion, or do we have a...
We just wanted to clarify that we need to refer to new legislation that came into effect on June 11th, and that's Access to Information Act. So there's no more FOIP.
Okay. Okay, so it's closed session to discuss the following items as presented. Okay.
So moved.
So moved. Okay. Please cast your vote. All right. Thank you.
10 minutes?